What is up, everybody? So, it's been a while since I've streamed FGO, but we have a main interlude now. And you might think I was going to talk about that, and I might later, but I would just like to point out that we had Road to Lostbelt 7, the Lostbelt 4 part of it, right? And that gave us, 30 teapots. And then we didn't have a lot of events, but I used those teapots right before the month was up when they were going to expire. But then they did the Road to Lostbelt 5-1, which was another like 35 teapots or some shit. And then they did Lostbelt 5-2 like a few days later, right? So I had like 65 fucking teapots, right? And you obviously don't want to use these unless it's on a stage that gives a lot of bond, because it doubles the bond, right? And then a few fucking days later, they deleted all of them. Like, I was sitting on like 39 or like 45 teapots or whatever the fuck, because, they gave out 1 million of them. And then they're just like, yeah, no, we're gonna delete them all now. Like, what? Like, I cannot understand why they would make more teapots available than they ever have in that short of a time. And then literally a few days later, they're like, yep, delete all of them, right? Like, you're a game dev. How do you not see the problem here where you're giving out that many teapots, there've barely been any stages to use them on, and then you're gonna delete them immediately? Right? Why would you give out that many teapots and give people like a week to use them, right? That, especially when all the other teapots they've given out have had way more time than that. And they just do it like it's fine, right? Like, they don't even bring it up, they don't address this at all. And then we just sit here like, yeah, no, we expect bullshit from this company. But yeah, that was like, a mountain of bond for my Hercules that I lost. So that's annoying. And now also, I just have to back this up a little bit. To get those teapots, you have to do the hard mode version of the recollection quests, which are terrible, right? Like, it was like fucking 4 million HP Aphrodite or some crap. Like, do you know how long that took? Right? I put up with that nonsense just for the teapots, and then they deleted the teapots and I didn't get the bond out of it. So I suffered through those horrible stages for literally no reason, right? And I had like a week to use the teapot, and I used some of them, right? I think I got it down to like 38 or some odd teapots out of like fucking 60, so, I did use a chunk. Anyway, Imaginary Scramble's the main interlude now, chat. Now, if I remember correctly, there is because obviously we're looking for stages we can keep permanently, right? That's the whole point, that's the whole thing I care about main interludes. I don't think they're gonna let us do the challenge quest, so rip that. But if I remember correctly, and I should check the wiki for this, there was a fight where you fight like a 500k berserker whale that, unless you brought the story support, you could not kill because it would keep proccing guts over and over and over again. Now, what I don't remember is if when the guts procs, if it comes back at full health, or if it's just like at 1 HP or something. Because if it comes back at full HP, or like 200k, or something reasonable, we could use that as a great benchmark, because it's basically an unlimited health berserker. Now, its attack stat might be fucked or whatever, so we'll have to see. But that'd be really fun to see how many guts procs can a servant get, right? Green Man, did you hear the new event is going to have a story lock to Lostbelt 6, but you only need to beat Fuyuki to do the event nodes? Wait, what? Wait a minute, let me read that again. The new event is going to have its story locked to Lostbelt 6, but you only need to beat Fuyuki to do the event nodes, so I assume the free quest. So what this tells me is it's going to be locked behind Lostbelt 6 for literally no reason, and then the stages are going to be super fucking easy because you only have to do Fuyuki to unlock it. Can I just say, I fucking hate FGO events now, right? Because see, back in the day, at the beginning of FGO, they like tried shit, and they were kind of making events for where they thought the player base was at the time, in terms of like power level, right? So you had events like the Edmund Tower event, which is more unique than any event we've had in like 3 years. Shit like that. But see, they don't do that now. FGO events now are just free quest dailies that they have to make sure most of which are doable by someone that just started the game. And they make the main story like that too. And so it's really boring. And then they have the final free quest at the very end that is actually normally pretty fun to figure out, you know. You've been doing like, you know, million HP nodes and stuff. But that's just at the very end, and it's one stage, and, you know, that's it. So I'm tired of all of the events being super fucking boring, right? It's just free, it's like main story every day that's crazy easy, and then one new farming stage that's also crazy easy. And that's it. That's been the events for like 2 years now. And I'm like, what the fuck? Man, like again, the Edmund Tower event was way better than that. Like the Setsuban events, I mean, they've had all kinds of events that were way more interesting than that and had, you know, interesting gameplay from the get-go. Do y'all remember the CCC event where you fought Passion Lip like day 2, and she actually had a HP and like gimmicks, and then you fought Melt and she actually had HP and gimmicks, right? That was like, it was like every day there was something to do, right? Now it's just like farming, right? To God, and it's like, I really mean this. I don't think a new event needs to be doable by people in Fuyuki. I don't think so, right? Because they should be busy doing the main story, right? And here's the thing. Don't add things to events that they can miss, that they're going to be pissed about. So they feel like they need to play it right now. I don't see why they think this is good for the game, right? So, like, if they actually gave out shit in main interludes, right? Like, so Arknights, for example, they main interlude everything, right? After something is reran, it comes back permanently all the time, right? So if FGO did that and they made sure that the main interludes gave out the welfares and stuff, people wouldn't worry so much about, oh my god, I have to, you know, catch up and do this thing right now. Because so if there's a new event going on, that shouldn't, every once in a while you can make an event that's blatantly aimed at new players, and that's fine. But most of the events I don't think should be. I think if you're in fucking Fuyuki, you need to go do the goddamn story, and the story needs to be fun enough and give rewards and stuff that people want to do it, right? Instead of it being all this farm, like, because the main quest is like so much farming because you do so many nodes where you're fighting dragons, right? Like fight like 9 wyverns, right? You fight like 9 wyverns in a row. Like, oh wow, engaging, right? But if they actually made the main story more interesting, they cut out the filler, they made the rewards better, new players shouldn't be worrying about an event, right? And then events should be something also that you missed. Once they're reran, then you can play them whenever you want. So if there was like, hey, this was a cool event with a really cool theme that I wish I'd gotten to do, you can do it, right? So no big deal. And then when you make new content, right, it needs to be aimed at, you know, the intermediate players and up, right? People that have at least caught up on the main story, at least, you know, somewhat. Like, they're at least in Lostbelt, for God's sakes. And that way you can make stuff interesting, you can make, you know, some fun boss fights, things don't have to be so, you know, freaking boring all the time. Because, like, I'm tired of a new event coming out, and it's like, okay, I do, like, 2 story nodes that are outrageously easy, and then a level 50 farming free quest. And then that's it. And it's like, okay. Like, yeah, we needed this. And yeah, the whole, like, they keep locking events behind Lostbelt, and then they make the events a joke, like, so much easier than the corresponding Lostbelt, and I'm just like, why though, right? Like, I don't get the point. Rainbow Chain Match, by the way. Man, I forgot about these mobs here. I don't think they've reused these. I think they're just like a skin for zombies. I think they're just like a modified zombie, but still kind of neat. So what Arknights does, and I think for the most part this is fair. So what they do is the first few farming stages are absolutely doable by a new account. Might be a little tricky, but not a big deal, and you can always use the friend support. Don't make farming harder because friend supports don't let you auto, but you know. But the first like 5 stages or so in the new event are always pretty doable by a new account, especially if you like level up a 3-star that you need for that stage. And the 3 stars are really easy to level, so it's not a big deal. Now, a lot of new accounts probably aren't going to do so good. Oh yeah, I should turn the game sound on, hold on. But a lot of new accounts in Arknights are not going to do so good against some of the later stages and the boss stages and the EX stages and stuff. But you don't need to do that, right? You can get most of the stuff out of the shop and things like that from just farming those early notes. But now it's too loud. Hold on, I gotta get my sound sorted out. There we go. This is better. Anyway, so yeah, they let you, farm a good chunk, and whatever, it's not maybe the most efficient or whatever, but you can get the welfare and things like that by just doing those first few quests, and it's no big deal. I think that kind of model would be a lot better for FGO. Oh shit. But yeah, if they could just copy Arknights all the time, FGO would be a much better game. That'd be great. But anyway, so let's see if they can get any good stages out of this. So, I'm not quite sure how they're going to do progression in this, because they're going to cut out the free quests, obviously. So I don't know if they'll let you save any of the bonus battles. I hope you can, but we'll just have to see. Because the whole point of this is I want to save as many bonus battles as possible. And, has anyone gotten... Yeah, 111 stats, by the way. But has anyone gotten really far in this main interlude? Because, I'm curious about that one Berserker stage. Because I remember it where there's a Berserker whale that has guts. And it's unlimited guts unless you bring the story support. But I can't remember how much HP the whale comes back with. I might just check the wiki, because that could be a really good stage for testing units out if the boss comes back with a lot of HP. And if he doesn't have like a billion attack points or something like that, so that'd mess it up too. I mean, they do gag shit in like the main story all the time anyway, so it doesn't mean anything. It's not like main interludes anything special. Like, there's a reason this is an event, and when you're fighting Guadia, none of these are there, right? And there's a reason for that. There's a reason Taiga doesn't bust out the wooden sword, right? When you're fighting Gilgamesh, right? There's a reason for this. Yep, VR mash skills, the worst thing ever, by the way. Alright, let me check the wiki and see if I can find that whale. Alright, let's see here. I think it's a exploration battle. Alright, where would that one be? There are way more of these than I remembered. Fence, wow, there are so many of these. A few of these are awesome, like that Lancer one where you fight the homunculus. That one's awesome. But there's a lot of these too that are just crazy filler. Okay, that one heals when it attacks. That's not it. One can stun. Oh, there are so many filler stages. This is crazy. It's MP charge. Nope, that's not it. Hard resistance. Someone gets special damage resistance. That could be good too. Here we go. This is the one. Alright, gains guts at the end of every turn. Permanent, unremovable. I wonder, wait a minute, that may not be as good as I'm thinking. That might be, it just gains 1 stack of guts every turn, which would obviously mean if you could use like attack, NP, attack, you could just kill it. So you wouldn't even need the story support. Shit, that might not be as good as I was thinking. And it doesn't say how much health he comes back with guts. But yeah, it looks like it gains 1 stack of guts every turn if you don't bring the story support. Well, we'll see. I'll try to get that one. That's one of the first stages I would even consider saving. Most of the stages before it are too easy to be worth anything. And then the really good stages are generally after it, like the Lancer stage. Honestly, I remember that Lancer stage where like the homunculus get crazy damage resist and they get their NP every turn. That one was pretty tough, actually. But yeah, Nasu especially likes to have like, hey, Lost, thank you for the 46 months. Imagine for subbing for this long, I know, right? But anyway, Nasu likes to just do this like stupid Like, even if he does it in Fate Stay Night, does it in Babylonia, does it in Lostbelt 6, where it's like they have all these like moments that are super unserious and like slice of life bullshit, and then that's completely put to the wayside, and then has its serious moments and they have like nothing to do with each other and it's all very dumb. Natsu's like does it all the time, and I don't think it really works, to be honest. I'm not really a fan. It feels very unnatural to me because you'll have characters in circumstances where there's no way they would act that normal or whatever. And they just do. And then it goes right back to crisis mode. And, yeah, it's kind of shit. Alright, fucking... Not Van Gogh. Okay, I'm trying to, let's see, 7 enemies. Alright, we'll just get, like, Yanks, NP, and that'll be that. Can't use, Summer Scats. Yeah, what time is it for you EU people right now? Who knows when we're getting Rasputin, but, could be soon. Hard to say. Lostbelt 7 is soon-ish. But, like, that doesn't mean a lot. It's like, there could be Lostbelt 7, and then Lostbelt 7-2, and then there could be their version of Solomon, right? So, yeah, who knows? 4 p.m., 9 p.m. I mean, there's really no guarantee that Rasputin is going to be like some kind of event servant beforehand. It's like, yeah, some story servants are like that. They do that, but they also don't always do that. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? I do feel pretty confident, though, that he is being added at some point. He didn't get one of those trailers, though. Like, Beach got a trailer, you know, Canis got a trailer, Landling got a trailer, I can't remember who else did. I think maybe, Napoleon or something? But anyway, yeah, they had a bunch of trailers. Oh, I think, frickin' Limbo, right, Doorman, I think he had a trailer. So, like, those are the ones we knew were gonna be playable at some point. But, Rasputin didn't have one, but I still think he's gonna be playable. It'd be weird if he didn't. Yeah, FGO's been outrageously slow, and not only has it been slow, but when they have done events, they've just been full of nothing. Like, surprisingly little content. I'm going to have to use a Van Gogh card here, unfortunately. Almost got it. Alright. We need to do a real battle here, game. I really wish they would add the challenge quests to these main interludes, though, because this event had a super good challenge quest that I would love to do again. I mean, new characters are nice and all, but that I don't think can ever sustain a game, right? Like, you have to have... Like, a new character is like a new toy, but you have to have a sandbox to use it in, right? If there's nothing to do, having a new character doesn't really mean a lot. So in the original event, you would do free quests to get points to buy scanners to open up the map. So I wonder how they're going to do this in the main interlude version. You might get points from doing these other nodes. Or you're just allowed to scan as much as you want. And if that's the case, what in God's name is the point? Yeah, are they just gonna let you scan as much as you want? Because isn't this just tedium then? Like, why not just unlock the whole map in one go, right? Like, why do I have to click all this shit? Yeah, it looks like you're just allowed to scan as often as you want, so yeah, I don't really get the point here. That does mean though, like, yeah, a lot of the battles can be saved, although they might make you do some of them to unlock the next floor. I can't entirely remember how this game handled progressing the floors. It's been a long time since I've done it. I'll just clear this whole map right here, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe they'll let us save all of these bonus stages, although some of them are not worth saving because you fight, like, just trash mobs with basically no gimmick and no health, and it's like, who cares? For those you might as well get rid of just to save clutter and get some loot, but anything worth a damn I'll keep. You see, actually, I want to use this as an example of what I mean by FGO being like really shallow or having really shallow event gameplay. When you do what I'm doing right now in A, so it's not a main interlude, it's totally linear, right? You just do free quests, and you get points from the free quests to buy these scans, and you have to scan every map completely eventually. So it doesn't matter what order you do them in, it doesn't matter, you know, what, you know, you're just farming. You're just ultimately doing free quests to just, you know, linearly unlock the map. It wouldn't matter if I went up first and unlocked this patch, or if I went sideways first and unlocked this patch. It doesn't matter. It makes absolutely no difference. And that's most FGO events, right? Where it's fluff. It just amounts to you doing free quests and there's nothing interesting about it. Now, there are some events in FGO that are more interesting than that, like the Edmund Tower event or Setsuban, and there's, you know, plenty of other ones. So there are times. What's the song? The Panther is Panther from Armored Core. Fairly famous one for AC fans. Kind of funny, AC stands for a lot of things. For me, it's always stood for Armored Core because I've had a lot of friends that talk about Armored Core and are into it, and obviously Armored Core is my favorite thing ever. And all the other things that like are kind of famous that AC stands for, like video games, I've never cared about. Like, I've never cared about Assassin's Creed or Animal Crossing and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, okay, Ace Combat, but that's not super popular, I suppose. But anyway, and I've never really had any friends that played air conditioner. That's the important one. Let's be honest. When it's in summer, that's what you care about. But anyway, yeah, I've never really had any friends that were super into Animal Crossing or Assassin's Creed, so it's never been an issue. You like Sekiro? I've actually not played it. I will someday, but I like FromSoft games and I like third-person action games. I'm really big into like Devil May Cry and Ninja Gaiden Black and those kinds of games. I haven't played it though because you have to be a weeb, and I'm not really big on that. And the thing I like about like Dark Souls, Demon Souls and stuff is like the character customization, how you can, you know, make the kind of build you want, and you can kind of customize the experience, and like you can be under-leveled to make it harder and things like that. I just like the control, right? You can be a weeb in Souls games if you want to, but you also don't have to be a weeb. Whereas Sekiro, you have to be a weeb. And there's no character customization. You have to use a katana. I don't want to use a katana, but you know, you gotta, you know, so that's the main reason I haven't played it. I don't want to spend $60 fucking to play a ninja with a katana. That's basically the reason. But I will play it someday because I like those kinds of games and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just not big on weeb stuff. Dude, this map thing, like, you literally should just clear the whole map for you. There's no point in you doing this. Yeah, I'll probably get it on sale someday. I tell you though, it's really hard. I just don't have any motivation to play that game because it's like, I just don't care about the aesthetic and all that. And yeah, sure, I like third-person action games, but if I'm really wanting like a fun, challenging gameplay experience, I can just go play Ninja Gaiden, and that game is crazy hard, and you know, I'm happy. Funnily enough, you're a weeb in that game too, but I like the gameplay so much that it compensates. This is a bit of despair right now. I mean, I can't, I mean, look at, why am I doing this, right? Like, why am I having to clear this map? It's silly. I think the later floor you'll get more targeting options. Not that it, like, really matters. I'm not worrying about being meta with my shots. If you're, like, meta when you do this, you can, like, save a few shots. But because we have unlimited shots, who cares? Boy, Oki is face planning quite a bit here, though. Honestly, the one FromSoft game I haven't played, because I haven't played Sekiro and Bloodborne, but the one I really want to play is Bloodborne, but it's not on PC, so... Yeah, Bloodborne interests me a lot more than Sekiro does. Although I don't like Bloodborne, like, aesthetically as much as Souls, not even close. But I like it more than Sekiro. Free loot, though. This is so clunky. Like, why do you have to go through all this just to get the loot? You just have to do it over and over again. I would just like to remind everyone that Arknights and FGO are running on the same game engine. And Arknights runs so much smoother. And it's like, that's clearly a development issue. And FGO makes more money than Arknights. So they should be more capable of hiring staff that can, like, make good code and etc, right? So it really doesn't make any sense, because, like, Arknights runs really well, and you're not stuck in loading screen hell all the time, and, you know, it's pretty, you know, yeah, it's still, you know, Unity engine, which is not the best game engine, so it's not like Arknights is the smoothest thing ever, but it is so much smoother than FGO. I think the smoothest mobile game I've played, though, in terms of just the technical side of things, is Epic 7. I wish Epic 7 was a better game, because I like the art style, a lot of the units are cool, a lot of the voice acting is cool, a lot of the unit synergy is cool, and seriously, that game runs like fucking, like, a hot knife through butter. It's nuts, dude. Like, hardly any loading screens. The loading screens, when they are there, are so short, you don't even notice them. You can go from, like, menu to menu so quickly. You know, everything, when you get rewards and stuff, it doesn't have to load, you know, everything is just super smooth. Unfortunately, that game is kind of a shit show because it has, like, some of the worst gearing of all time. It's like Genshin, but so much worse. And also the inventory management is absolute. That's actually my biggest problem with Epic 7. I'm not kidding. It's the gear grind, at least you can, like, auto your way through. My problem with Epic 7 is the fucking inventory management. Like, that shit is so bad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I figure most of these stages are not worth saving on the first floor. So I'll do them, and if I'm like, oh wait, this is worth saving, then we'll cancel out. But I presume on floor 1, nothing is worth saving. Actually, I can check the wiki here, if there's anything. Like, it doesn't even have to be a hard stage. If it happens to be a stage that could be good for testing or messing around with, like, damage or whatever, then we'll keep it. I'm looking at this first floor. Doesn't seem like there's much. There is one stage with, like, a 200k saber with no gimmick, and that might be good if we just need a sandbag for something. So I might keep that one just to be safe, because I don't think there's any drawback to keeping it. Let's see. Yeah, these other ones don't look like they would matter. Okay, there is a fight with the whale. Let's see. It gets the heal. Heals every turn. It's a 200k saber. I mean, I guess we could keep those 2 saber stages, just because why not, but... So beating these does give you the points. Gives you exploration points. What do you need those for? I don't remember. I don't think you needed to do every single one of these, though, to clear the event. So, I think it'll be okay if I save a chunk. Now, I should probably only save them, though, if they are worth a damn. If they're not worth a damn, I should probably, get rid of them, because you do get these sonar points or whatever the fuck when you do them, it looks like. But yeah, we'll just kind of take it one step at a time. Good guy Rex right there. Look at that 112. I swear he's gonna get 120 before I do. This game fucking hates coup coins. You know, it's required for the ladder, but we don't have the ladder, so I don't even... Let's go, Lancelot. So, the event makes you have to do 500 of, like, the auto bar fill-up thingies to do the final, like, bonus stage. Which, even if you bring all the bonus nonsense and you do the best node possible, you're probably gonna get, like, 6 done at a time. So, yeah, it's not great. I definitely have not done that yet. I think I'm up to like 200. So I'm not even halfway done with the event technically. But the bonus stages don't matter that much. You get like a lore. So if I don't do the final one, I don't even care. Like, whatever. Like, I'll try to get it, but I'm not gonna break my back over it. What the did I turn? What is going on here? I can't find the... There it is. Okay. I think these are archers, actually, so this might be a little yikes. Nope, not bringing that. Fuck that nonsense. The homunculus saber stage has a damage resist, but which he doesn't tell you. Well, you don't even need it just for testing. That stage is actually hard to solo. Well, no, I'm thinking the Lancer one, not the Saber one. Yeah, I don't know about the Saber one, but yeah, there's like that Lancer one that's actually tough, so. Yeah, I definitely want to keep that one if I can. Honestly, this event might be nice. We might be able to pick out 3 or 4 stages. Might give us a good chunk of free playable content, so. I wish that we got challenge quests, because that's really good for showing off new units and like really putting them to test, to the test in like a team setting and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a shame that we don't ever get the challenge quests. Oh, I see. It's, yeah, that whole gimmick. Yep, that's an archer. At least the background's green. Do I want to NP here? Yeah, get the damage plus going. It ignores counterclass, so that's nice. Honestly, if I gave him the flat damage command code, he'd do pretty good damage with his damage plus and then the command code. Wow, 46k though. So the reason I'm streaming earlier today, chat, is 1, I wanted to, and 2, I woke up stupid early, so I got all the like real life stuff done I would normally do sooner. So that's why we're here. But the side effect is I'm tired, but you know, it's always something. All right, let's see. We will Rambo chain here. We'll actually do. So I don't care about Star Gen because I can do his Star Bomb next turn. But I want NP gain the most, so we'll do this. It's a pretty rare combo to do. Yeah, we got that Virgil music going on here. Did not quite kill that one. Uh-oh. No, no, no. Cease! Alright, so... I think I punch this one, NP it, and then attack. I think I can kill them both. Because NPing it should allow me to hit the thing, okay. So, hit it, NP, and then Buster. Yeah, I think we got it. I'm smart, chat. From what it sounds like, you need to do Lostbelt 6 if you want to do the main story via new event, but you can do the farming regardless. However, like, what's going to be tied to the main story reward-wise, I think is yet to be seen. So, it's hard to say exactly what the experience is going to be like if you haven't done Lostbelt 6. Alright, yeah, I don't really know what those points are going to do for the main interlude. Okay. I think it's basically the same type of stage again, but there's sabers this time, so I'll use a lancer. Two is the obvious choice, but let's see if chat's got something spicy. Oh, that's a thing. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. Or, yeah, we'll do that. I'm gonna say that or Virtua, but this is fine. Probably default, because I think we're gonna want the evade. Oh, Raw Kane, thank you for the 14 months, dude. I don't know how to notice that. Probably all the Gnarl fans just spamming the challenge when this isn't even an Arcs Night stream, by the way. Okay, we'll just do that number. You did pretty good damage there. Okay, well, this hand sucks. Is what it is. I think we do Chengong's quick card last, just to make as many stars as possible. I think that matters more than the damage. Now, I can ping one of their shields off, then NP. I'll only hit 2 of them, but that's probably good enough. Let me do the Buster up. You don't want to do the crit thing. Let's see. So we'd attack once, so that crit wouldn't matter. We'd NP, and then we'd have 1 left. I think we save it for next turn, but we do the attack up. So... Could do Buster to really... Yeah, okay, we'll do Buster just to fuck up this guy. Not like we're gonna do 41k with our NP. Actually... So fuck, we did. Yeah, I guess she's NP 5, and then we did have 3 buffs. Jesus, though. What? Okay, yeah, no, they're all dead. How about that? That was easy. I did not have any issues installing. I always check, though, the version number now, ever since they messed up that last time. Yeah, she needs an animation update. Sucks that she doesn't. She also needs a story, right? And, a bio that's more than, 5 words. Yeah, character, she has more characterization in her character material book than the game. Alright, this one is Archer and Saber. What's the worst class I could use? Probably Saber, because the archers are the toughest. That's tempting. You know what? Sure. He's got cool animations. He does have a pretty cool horse, I agree. I mean, she's pretty cool, it's just they don't do a lot with her And like what little characterization she has is interesting, and it like implies some potentially cool stuff, but we never really get any of that stuff, so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't have any issues with APK Pure this time, although I didn't even try to download it until like right before the stream, so I don't know if he like updated it or changed something. So unfortunately I can't help. I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab water, and then we'll eat a banana, because, you know, Rama things. Also, where is his wife? Arcade, actually. Also, Tiamat. Alright, chat. I'm returning. I see only a little degeneracy here. Not too bad, chat. So, chat, I've been playing FGO for too long, but I was playing it way before the North American version was even announced. You know, never mind released. You know, I was playing before it was even announced. I was playing on the JP server. And so, and I've seen from the beginning, right? Like when Babylonia came out and stuff. So I remember, like, pretty much from the get-go, there was people like, you know, Tiamat's kind of cool. That'd be neat if, you know, she became playable someday. Because, like, the main story really hints at that she wasn't in control of her body and she's not actually evil, yada yada. So yeah, it's kind of always been a thing that people wanted Tiamat. And as time went on, I would say that kind of just grew, right? Like there were just more people like, yeah, Tiamat would be cool. And then, you know, we have Arcade, and they get Tiamat, and it's just kind of like, what the fuck, right? Because like the character was made in, you know, wasn't in an anime, right? It was in FGO originally, so it is pretty messed up. But you know, it is what it is. And I remember because at first, when they announced her, it was just like Kid Tiamat, and people were like, eh, whatever. You know, it's kind of like a side thing, how they got like Christmas, what's her name, Gozen, alright, Suzuka Gozen. Although I know a lot of people really are mad about that one, but you know, it was just an alternate thing. So like maybe we'll get the regular Tiamat, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, in stage 3, she's regular Tiamat, so, you know, you're never getting anything. Yeah, no, Tiamat's not even in like the story for Arcade. It's messed up. Oh, alrighty, let's see here. So the 50k ones are the ones we gotta kill, because they're the archers. The other one's not a threat at all. Yeah, maybe they'll add Tiamat someday. It'd be really cool if at some point, like, Tiamat and, like, I don't know, Chad just spitballing ideas. Abzu, right? Like if Tiamat and Abzu would like be on the player side in like a main story or something, that'd be pretty awesome. Like Lostbelt 7 or something, you know? Be good. You know, we could do damage here, but I think NP gain is more important, so we're gonna get like 2 NP gain right here, maybe 3 if we get lucky. There's 1, and no, that's just 1. Yeah, okay, 2 Buster cards, 1 NP gain, fantastic. Yeah, Agravain, holy shit, if they put Agravain in Arcade, that... Because they even said years ago that they wanted to add Agravain as a playable character. And they said in interviews since then that they wanted to do it. And like, they said that before Arcade even existed. So if you put it in Arcade, that's just being as shit. Yeah, I remember a long time ago they had like a stream and they showed a bunch of NPCs that they were like, we want to make these playable. And it was like Jason, Nukehead, you know, there's a couple other ones I don't even remember. I think Sita was one of them, funnily enough. And Agravain was one of them. There were a few others. And most of those have become playable. Yeah, I think Holmes too. I think you're right. That's when he was like in Camelot and stuff. But he wasn't playable. Yeah, there was a bunch of them, and I think all of them are playable except for Sita, Nevermind Arcade, and Agravain. So, oh yeah, you're right. I think Perseus was one of them. I think. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Because Perseus has never shown, and Protogil absolutely wasn't. Because it was only characters that had shown up in the before, right? There were NPCs in the game already, and Perseus has never been an NPC in FGO. Now they've said in other areas that like, they might add Perseus, and like Protogil has had a character file in the game since day 1, and I'm not exaggerating. Like since the very beginning of the game, there was like a file like reserved for Protogil, and Valkyrie. Yeah, Valkyrie was actually known day 1. I remember people found that file for Valkyrie way back then, and Calamity Jane. Now, Calamity Jane was supposed to be added in America, and then was cut for whatever reason, and they revisited it later. And the reason I say that is because when Billy and Geronimo were added in America, they had voice lines for Calamity Jane. And it just makes sense that in America they would have added her there. But for whatever reason, it got cut. And then those voice lines were never added to the game officially, funnily enough, too. They never gave Billy and Geronimo those voice lines. But I think they changed her character since then, so the voice lines don't make any sense anymore. And then I think Saber Deermid was obviously supposed to be in America because he was in that fucking anime trailer, but you have to make the trailers in advance, and he probably had to get cut for one reason or another. But yeah, I think Calamity Jane and Saber Deermid got cut. Okay, don't want to activate this guy because he'll turn into a Saber and do more damage to us. So I can probably save the evade here. Right, they buffed Rama, didn't they? Let me see here. I know he's got the NP buff, where he gets the Buster Resist down. They still have not buffed his third skill though. That's a yikes. Okay, how long does his third skill last though? It lasts 3 turns. I might want to wait a turn to use it then. Don't think we need the charisma yet. No, actually we could go ahead and do it. We'll probably NP pretty soon. So we will Rainbow Chain, but we want to focus on NP gain, so do it like that. I don't remember Perseus if he had a data mine file or not. I know Protogil did. I think Perseus did. But yeah, no, there's a picture of it somewhere of like they showed it was all like things that had official sprites and had shown up in this main story at some point. Because a lot of people don't realize this because they don't read event stories, which I don't blame them. But Nukehead, you know, Nazash, however you say her name, Nazesh, she was in Go West. Like her character sprite and all that, it was in Go West, but she wasn't playable. And then she wasn't made playable for quite a while, but yeah, she was in NPC hell for a good bit there. Alright, probably gonna have to evade here. That's next turn. I could kill this archer. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I wonder what their NP is when they're not in their squid form. Guess we're about to find out. Okay, now I want damage. Although I also want Stargen, so I think Art first. Because although I want Stargen, I don't want it enough to put it in 3rd place because I want to make sure I kill this thing. Oh, we probably have it. I don't think Agravain's chance of being added is gone, but there's certainly... Oh, it has sure hit! Oh, how lucky! Oh, great. That's so dumb, dude. Thankfully, it's only a 1-turn sure hit, but still, that just chunked my health. Ridiculous. Alright, we will do this. Alright, we'll go bang, bang. That has an 80% crit though. But... Yeah, fuck it, we'll do it. We won't have the first card buster bonus because we gotta ping this thing off, but I'll take it. Yeah, Agravain's best shot was Lostbelt 6 for sure. But I think they'll revisit it eventually, but it is really lame. I feel like because like with Roland, apparently they didn't actually have a plan for Roland at all. They said he was like 80% complete for years, but if you look at the interview, they blatantly had no plan that entire time because originally he wasn't going to be in 5.5. And then they changed directions to 5.5 pretty much last minute, and then they figured Roland could fit in. And they said in their own words that was like his last chance to get in, which I think is kind of PR bullshit. But anyway, that means up to 5.5. No, wait, not 5.5. I'm sorry, 6.5. Excuse me. But up until 6.5, they had no concrete plans of how to actually add Roland, even though they had him like 80% completed, and they obviously knew they were teasing at it with Astolfo's Interlude, right? So Astolfo's Interlude was made like 5 years ago. So in 5 fucking years, up to Lostbelt 6.5, they had no plans of when they weren't like, hey, way down the line we'll do like a French Revolution event, right? They had nothing. They had no plan. They were just sitting there, right? And I feel like it's the same thing for Agravain. He's probably sitting there at like 70-80% completion, and they just don't care to like plan something in advance. Like, hey guys, we got Agravain sitting here, so down the road we should really make like a, you know, maybe a 100 Years War event, and we could work in Agravain there just because, you know, he's part of Camelot. That's kind of British history, right? So we could sneak him in there even though he's not part of the 100 Years War, right? And then we could do some, you know, like put Joan of Arc in there, obviously, you know, like no, they're clearly not doing that. And then when they just make shit up, they're like, hey, maybe this character would fit in now, right? That's a really bad way of doing it, but it is what it is. Okay, well, Rama beat this with flying colors, I would say. We didn't even use our bloody attack up, and we still have guts. So, although I guess it's a little close, but you know, we got it. Yeah, and then they just make random events for random waifus that, you know, forgotten in 5 minutes. Like, they've made so many events like that, where just out of nowhere, you know, no build-up, no, you know, pre-groundwork laid, like with Agravain. You know, they just make up some random waifu that's in one event and then never again. And it's like, what the fuck? I did not know who they were, but that's because Vietnamese stuff is not like super popular. But I don't think there was anything, like, I think it was cool of them to actually do some Vietnamese stuff because they hadn't done any before. So, like, I don't really have a problem with that. But in total, they obviously do a lot of events similar to that where they kind of just make shit up out of nowhere, then it doesn't, you know, amount to anything. Okay, let's see. So the big ones here would be the ones that we maybe save. Let's see, what is... This one is archers again. Nothing fancy. Give Vertra a go, I think, if I can find one. I need to level up my own Vertra. But I was kind of waiting until I got her to NP2, but, you know, there's no guarantee that's ever going to happen, because spooks. Alright, there we go. But yeah, it's kind of hard to justify going 10-10-10 when I need Lancer Gems so much, which is going to be NP1. But I'll do it eventually. Maybe probably next lottery event, actually. Yeah, this is way better than the maze event, especially in terms of just getting, like, you get to this funner stages much quicker, and there's less tedium, like, absolutely. The maze event does have, like, a challenge quest, kind of, that you can replay, and that's really nice. Like, Kama's a really nice stage because of that. But getting through the maze event, in the main interlude version, even, which is easier, is just... I mean, it's awful. It took so long, dude. I had to just buckle down one night, and I just watched YouTube on the side, and I just hammered it out, and like, holy crap, dude. The only reason I put up with it was because I wanted to have the Kama stage, you know, available all the time, because it's much better than the Kiara one. Honestly, the Kiara stage sucks. It's like, her buff removed version is too easy for the most part these days. I mean, it's still a good sandbag, I'll say that, but there's other good sandbags, so that's nothing special. And if she has all of her buffs, then she's just bullshit. And if you do her giant form, she's just really easy to trivialize, but it is really gimmicky, so there's no like freedom to have fun with it, right? Wait, I brought a Lancer to an Archer stage. Whoops. Well, it is what it is. Time to just murder them then. Yeah, I'm thinking backwards. I should have brought a saber. But anyway, yeah, Kiara with no buffs is way too easy. Well, not even too easy, just not very unique and not very useful because there's other stages that are better. With all of her buffs, she's utter bullshit. And then her giant form is just really gimmicky and then ultimately really easy, but there's no room for freedom. So it's just not a very good replayable stage. You could do like her normal form, like half debuff, but no one's gonna, that makes really bad like YouTube content because when you're watching it, it's kind of like, you don't know what that means, right? You don't know what buffs are left, what aren't left, how much harder that actually is, right? Unless you're very knowledgeable of the stage, you won't really know what you're watching, so it's just not that. Kama is just way better because gauge more full, boss harder, right? But very, very simple. And it's harder in a very tangible way, you know, more HP, more attack, right? And even when Kama's doesn't have her gauge, she's still pretty tough. I think she needs a little bit of gauge though to really like push any units worth a damn, but for like normie units you can do no gauge and it's fine. I haven't tested to see how far Ku can get now that Ku's like buffed and everything with the Kama gauge. I'm waiting till he's 120. And then I'll see how far he can go. But I don't know, maybe I'll just do it as a filler video, do it at 118, but can they just rate up something that I like vaguely want, right? Like just something, so I can just roll and get Ku for God's sakes, although I might not get Ku, but we'll see. Dude, I am not streaming that, by the way. Like if they rate something up, like I'll use my SQ probably until I get Ku. There's no way I'm streaming that though, I'll lose my fucking mind. But yeah, hopefully that soon. I doubt it. New Year's doesn't have stuff I care about that often. And I gotta say, this is really weird because I'm a big Kodamine fan. He's actually like my favorite master in, well, I don't know, Kozuki is really awesome too. But he's one of my favorite masters in Fate Stay Night. But I'm not that interested in getting Rasputin. I don't even know why. There's just something about how it's like his Fate Extra art style, and I don't really like that. I don't know, for some reason I'm just really turned off by the FGO design of Kodamine. Again, even though I'm a huge Kodamine fan. So I don't know, I'll have to see when he's added. Maybe his in-game art will look a lot better. So yeah, I'll just see. That's one of those things I'll have to take it, you know, one step at a time. But yeah, depending on how he's implemented will depend if I would want to roll on him. Although I probably would roll some, right? Because I want an excuse to get Ku. Although I tell you what, there's some like blasphemy there, trying to get Ku on a Kodamine banner. That's kind of messed up. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of just looking for any excuse to roll right now. Yeah, I guess I could roll on Percival again. The thing is, my Percival is already in P3, which I'm really happy with. So yeah, I'm kind of like, you know, I don't know, it'd be kind of cool to have him higher, I guess, but yeah, my Percival's pretty damn strong as is. I've never felt like, oh man, he needs to be stronger. Okay, one of these is got like a damage resist or the heal or whatever, and then this one is just a vanilla 200k saber, which I mean, that's just, we have Richard, right? We don't need this state, so this one we can just yeet. We'll fight it with the Lancer though. Let's give Virtua a go again. Because we kind of messed that up a second ago. All these lolly dragons, I actually forgot her name already. I remember Sith and Bargist in a really easy bit. I always forget her name. Dragon shit. That's the one. She's okay. I mean, for like a kid character, she's better than some. I like her stage 2 is pretty good. I don't like her stage 1 or 3 very much though. And like, you know, she's like a mecha fan, right? And she kind of like fangirls over regular Lancelot, and that's kind of funny. right? And like her being a mecha fan gives her bonus points. So she gets a pass, but I still wouldn't rate her like highly, right? But she's not in the shitter. I'll at least give her that. The visor in stage 1 is okay, but the rest, it still just looks so Tron-y, and it's got the weird shoes and everything. It's just like, whatever. Or socks, whatever the fuck is going on there. But yeah, stage 2 is probably the best. And then we don't talk about stage 3. And then you've got like Hans, which isn't really a kid character, and he's awesome, but he's more like an adult in a kid's body, so that one's kind of different. You know, I've actually never watched Tron. I'm not even against like the designs. It's more like it doesn't fit FGO very well, and yet tell that to Fate Extra because that's a lot of Tron shit. But I've never liked Fate Extra because of that. So, or the Extraverse or whatever they want to call it. I see that FGO shit. Don't bring that in here. Oh damn! Crab out for blood on that one. Boy, that would have one-shot her. That did 7k, so that'd have been 14k if he had hit her with it. So yeah, that's something to look out for. Oh, she might die, chat. she might lose this. Oh yeah, she has skill seal. That's really bad for soloing. Unless you've got a bunch of hard survival skills, then you actually like it because the enemy will feed you NP. But yeah, that's not good here. Also, this thing does not have divinity. I'm gonna have to throw all this stuff out right away though. We're not gonna live very long. I'll save the attack up for the NP. Alright, these can crit. I do want stars. No, fuck it. Do the double crit. We got art up and art resist down. Worth. Oh yeah, her animations are fucking awesome. Damn, dude. Like breathing fire and shit. 10,000 damage. At least it didn't kill us. Gives us another turn of guts. Alright, I think she's actually got this. A little close, but... Chat, so do we save this stage? I don't think so, because I feel like we have a lot... we have Richard. If we want to test against Lancers, we've just got... Or Sabers with Lancers, we've got Richard, so... I don't think we need to save it. Because, I mean, even Vertra's doing it. No offense to Vertra, but she's an AoE Lancer, and she's not a particularly good solo variant of that, and she's beating it. So, you know, most Lancers are going to beat this, and at that point, the stage, like, if the class that is the worst for the stage can, like, of all of them can solo it, or most of them can solo it, then it's just not worth anything. Hey, wait a minute, chat. We don't say it's just a crab, okay? Crabs are great. Let's not be attacking the little guy now. I don't know if all Lancers could solo this, but I think a lot could. Cause I think Gareth could do it. I think Gareth could do it. I know what Say's referring to, and I don't know about that one. We actually should have tried that. I can always do it on my ult account, though. Yeah, if I play this on my ult account, remind me to do that, because, fuck, I'm actually mad now. Say, why didn't you say something faster? We should have reset and have used your bin K for that. Like we absolutely should have done. He might have done it. Actually, he might have done it. If he stuns enough, he might have done it. That's not that much HP. I was trying to do an Arc Knight stage. All right, these ones might be worth saving. Let me take a peek here. Okay, so one of them is two. Okay, one of these is two sabers. Let's see, which one is it? You can tell by the icon. Okay, this one is not worth saving. Oh, y'all can't see my mouse, excuse me. This one is not worth saving. The other one, though, might be. Yeah, the other one is a 200k saber with a gimmick, so maybe that one. But yeah, this one is just two sabers that, like, stun you. And they're 70k, so whoop-de-fucking-do. we'll just bring Atlas. The real way to do this is bring the anti-stun command code, but you know what? We'll do that. Let's bring Ku to fight the sabers, and then we'll give him the anti-stun. Alrighty. Probably want to bring 2 anti-stuns, because there's 2 of them and they might both stun, so let's take it extra serious here. Where is it? There it is. Could Mari Annie solo that stage? If she was Grail... hold on, let me look. She does not have a lot of survivability off memory. She would need like a survivability skill. Let me see. She might not be able to do it. I'm looking at it. She might not be able to do it. Because she has no survivability whatsoever. And Grail, she'd still be... Hey, Cobb! Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Deermid could do it. Deermid could definitely do it. Because he's single target. That's way better than AoE. And then he has a hard survival skill. So yeah, he could do it. And Deermid got buffed. You gotta remember. I've actually been kind of impressed with what he can pull off these days. He's no Ku, not even close, but no, I think he could do it pretty easy. He probably wouldn't even need to be Grailed to 100. He might be able to do it at like 80, somewhere in there. And hell, maybe if you get lucky, maybe at 70 on a really good run, that might happen with command codes and shit. Yeah, he might be able to do it at 70. That actually might have been worth playing around with, but too late now. Alrighty. Wait a minute. Don't do it on double buster. Put it on quick or something. That way you can always apply one. And you can always apply both with a rainbow chain. There we go. That's much better. And then Star Bomb on this one. The 4 stars. The other 2 don't matter. For the lulz, because he's got divinity, and they're counterclassing, we'll do this. Honestly though, something that gives you like 20% damage, if there is one, yeah, there's the anti-saber one. That's probably better. Even though he's a lancer, 20% is probably still more than 1,000. But just cause, we'll go with that. Yeah, there's that 20% bonus damage to sabers, and yeah, I suspect that would be more than 1,000 damage. God, Max's base and Arknights, that was... Like, I knew it would be good, because from what I've seen of Max, I kind of just assumed Max would do something fancy with the base, but that shit was crazy, dude. Like, what the hell? Alrighty. Could probably get away with default, but just in case there's some debuffs we're really underestimating. There was like an, I don't know how to describe it, but like an army of robot arms everywhere. These little bots. Very striking when you see it, I'll just put it that way. You know, robot storage room, yeah. Alright. Yeah, I think the oh shit, they might actually inflict 3 stuns. Okay, George! Alright, that's great. Whoops, the game crashed. George killed my FGO app. Alright. More FP for Max. That's what this is. I'm gonna put effort into my Arknight's base eventually. I've been trying to build up as like enough furniture to actually, you know, do something unique. So. Okay, we'll try to pick one of these off as fast as possible because they might only have 2 actions per turn. So you can get them to go from 3 to 2 if one of them dies. And this one is least HP, so it's most likely to die. Because, yeah, if they attack 3 times and they stun you 3 times, we're gonna have an issue here. That's where you want debuff immunity. Crap, I was hoping to get at least... Oh no, I did get 1, but getting 2 would have been nice because it can linger for a turn. He can probably kill these pretty quick though. Yeah, he's gonna kill that one next turn, I suspect. Yeah, it looks like they try to apply stun every attack. That's kind of a yikes. Alright, so I need to do both of my anti-stuns here. So we do that. Boy, maybe I should have brought a magic resist CE, and you could do the magic resist command code even. That did not do quite as much damage as I was thinking. Oh, okay, well they buffed once. So we have to do the thing again. So we'll go boom, boom, boom. Damn it, we really need to kill that one already. Oh, that dot is big and... Oh, shit. Okay, maybe they don't try to stun on their NP though, so that would buy me a turn if that's the case. Alright, we'll do the double again. I guess we want NP gain on this one. Yep, they don't try to stun you when the NP. This is funny, we're actually getting through this even though they can potentially stun 3 times in a turn and we only have 2 anti-stuns, but because they linger, we actually can stack up. So you can get ahead of them when you have taunts, you can get ahead of them when they NP, and you can get ahead of them anytime they cast the skill. And by getting ahead of them, I mean you can build up to 3 of these in advance, so then if they did triple attack. So if they had more HP, we might be able to keep going for a bit. You can't go forever though. You could also bring a command code to remove a dot. That would help. Now this dot is not from the gimmick, that's from his NP, so that one probably doesn't hit very hard, so I'm not gonna remove that one. Alright, gotta do the double anti-stun. We'll see if this thing's got 3 actions per turn or not. But honestly, this is actually kind of tricky to deal with. Probably not worth saving though, just because there's no real replay value in this. But I'll probably just save it for now because I don't think I need to beat it. And if later I'm like, oh, I need those points, then I'll come back and do it. But I might as well save it just cause. Did he even attack? Guess I just wait here. Yeah, I think he's only got 2 actions per turn now, so if that's the case, we super win. Oh yeah, so this is actually pretty impressive, because I just realized they're not just sabers, they have damage resist. That's why our damage was so much lower. Yeah, because you can see it when I'm attacking, a shield icon is popping up. So yeah, we're being counterclassed and there's a damage resist gimmick. So the flat damage command code is actually correct. Yeah, when you kill the one, they only get 2 actions per turn. So it's a lot more manageable then. Alright, we obviously win here, because we're kind of low in health. We did like 20k with our MP last time, so he's dead. And we still have guts and evade. Guys, Ku's pretty good. Funnily enough though, that stage, a lot of Lancers would fail. Definitely. That one is definitely harder. Because the dot's gonna fuck you up, and you have to sacrifice a lot to maintain the anti-stun, and you could potentially get stunned anyway. Lancers though with debuff immunity would be very happy there, because the dot won't actually hurt you at that point.
10月です。最近は春になっても肌寒かったり、慣れた頃ほど
Getting close to 900 SQ, which is close to the safety net, so I guess that's good. Okay, and the other one, this one, I'm not sure if this is worth saving, because I don't know if there's any fun to be had here. Let's see. It gets 20 stacks of recovering its HP when it attacks you. This is not the one. This is not the one with the shield like I did with the video to kill it with dots. Because that one had a bunch of other gimmicks on top of that. I mean, this one you would just one-shot it. That's just the thing to do, is just one-shot it. Which I'll do real quick for funsies, but then we'll save the stage. Let's see if Ku can one-shot it, though. Let's get super disgusting here. Anyone with a Bond CE on Scatty. I guess there's Ruler Scatty, too. Now, Ruler Scatty actually adds a little bit more damage as power creep. Alright, fine, we'll do that. I guess the regular Scatty can use her own NP and give you that 5-turn attack up, and that's like a whole thing. This is not actually a challenge quest. By the way, that's this team that I beat the challenge quest on JP with. Except, not Scatty, that was... What was this? I think it was Chin? Was it Chin? Something, I think it was Chin. But anyway, yeah, I did that, and then I did a different setup with Mori. But I didn't post a video for either of them because they were both just way too RNG, so I wasn't like happy with it. But that challenge quest kind of sucks that way. What else can I use here? I guess we cycle out Ruler Scatty, because the other two will have Bond CEs. Now, a good way to buff stack is to kill one buffer and then switch. But we might let's see what we can do on turn 1. Hi Mythic, how you doing? Let's see. Yeah, we'll just do these 3 and see what it does. A very simple buff stack here, nothing fancy. But it's obviously very powerful buffs per. That's looking an awful lot like a Dark Souls 3 character right there, that emote. Dark Knight streamer plays FGO, yeah. Tis what it is. That is a lot of healing right there. Not immune to debuffs. I could have set this up actually where Scatty could NP, we'd get another buff that way, but I suspect this will get the job. Yeah, we really don't need to save this stage though, because again, I could just do this against Richard if I wanted to mess around, but I'll save it for now just because there's no reason to get rid of it. Put it in slow-mo, so I got more time. Alright, chat, let's see how much damage our boy Ku can do. To a saber. That was actually not quite as much as I was expecting. Because it didn't quite kill it there. Did it have damage resist or anything? Yeah, it does. I can see it. You can see the damage resist icon. So it's a lie. I wonder how much damage resist that thing had. And the wiki really fucking it up because the wiki doesn't show any of that. It just shows the heal, but yeah, it doesn't say anything. Probably 50% or something. It's not very, I don't know, maybe that stage will be good for buff stacking then. But if we don't know how big the damage resist is, it's kind of pointless. Might have to check Atlas DB for that one, because they'll have the numbers. Alright, well, we'll save that stage for now. Alright, off the floor number 2. They stalled it with Double David for 10,000 turns. Why would anyone do that? They probably did it on an alt account though, on like a side emulator or whatever, and it's just like a little thing. Hey, Zaw, what's up, man? But yeah, it's kind of silly. Alright. This is feeling awfully Lostbelt 6 right now. Lostbelt 6 though would let you bring these 2 units, but then all these units have to be in the front, so you never get to use those units, so it's just like, what are we even doing here? I think there are 5 floors in this event. I don't remember which floor has the homunculus stage, because that one's pretty good. I'm looking at the final floor. They got some good shit here. Like there's a 500k Lancer that it's like Burnwit's attack. I think all of the ones that have Void will have the damage resist. So it's a 500k Lancer with the damage resist. So it's actually probably closer to like 700k to 1,000,000. That's not bad. Which one is this? Let's see here. Yeah, God, the one with the super damage resist and the healing when it attacks and all that bullshit. That one, when you don't remove the gimmick, is pretty spicy. Yeah, that's the video I did, like the bin K dot setup nonsense. That'd be easier now though. I might even like when I get to that stage, I might remake that video and just do it better, because now some of those units have been buffed and we have more command codes to inflict curse and stuff. So I could probably do it even better. Water Fluffy, yeah, kinda. Yeah, big boy. Let's see, these have a few different names. Let's see, it's like enemy assault carrier something. Or let me find it. Let's see. They have kind of strange names. Alright, let's see. Main quest. Wow, the wiki is just in shambles right now. This is not well organized. This one is Enemy Ship Alpha, but there's a few. That's like Enemy Ship, you know, Bravo and Epsilon and all that. But yeah, Enemy Ship Alpha. Alright, let's see. That's probably AoE. Freaking, Van Gogh, dude. Van No, excuse me. But yeah, the one, there's one of these that's way harder than the others. And you can make it easier by bringing, I don't even remember what story support you needed, maybe Frankenstein or something, but one of the story supports would remove its gimmicks, and if you didn't do that, it was just an absolute nightmare. But it was kind of cool to beat it that way. You know what? We'll go for the cheeky crit just because. Yeah, it's Greek. You got Omega and Alpha, all that nonsense. A lot of times, you know, the military will use those, but it's just because they're clear. That's a lot of people don't realize this, but the reason like a lot of like tactical, you know, stuff will use like, you know, negative, affirmative and stuff is because you can't misunderstand it. Like if you have radio chatter and things like that, you don't want someone misinterpreting a yay to be a nay and vice versa. So you want very clear, distinct language. So there's no like, what did he say? Right? You don't want any of that. Because like no one's confusing, you know, like Roger You know, like that's just, it's so straightforward, right? Same for like affirmative or negative or alpha, bravo. These just don't sound even remotely similar to each other, so there's no confusion. Okay, not quite at the NP there. Doesn't she have a battery though? All right, I would needed to have done that last turn. Well, oh well, we'll do it then. Yeah, these whales are pretty cool actually. I don't remember what their NP looks like. I'm not sure if you ever NP'd in my video or not. I'll have to check. Oh damn, Mash got absolutely crushed. Does not care for some of these debuffs. So I don't think you can win this fight, but we'll do what we can here. Why are there whales in void space? I mean, why not? And look, he just... Oh yeah, that's right. He could remove his debuffs in the big fight too. I think you had to like skill seal him and stun him and shit, so he couldn't do that. Yeah, I remember I had to get pretty in-depth to do that, and I was using like Benkei and Salami instead of like, you know, shooting and all that, so it was a mess. Yeah, I'm guessing we need to live a certain amount of turns here. Either that or you live until he NPs, and if that's the case, I really shouldn't have done the NP drain. Uh-oh. You're not quite dead. So he like Bard's Excalibur blue on you. There are whales in my space. God, you're probably not even wrong. You know there's some FGO whales on MySpace for some fucking reason. Ball blast. You know, Facebook whales. I can't even, dude, that whole thing, like that whole like whale community in these games, I never understand. It's such a waste of, like, yeah, it's not about like people liking the game and like, hey, I want this unit, so I'll spend money to get the unit. You know, that's not that. It's like the people that are like specifically playing these games to try to show off how much money they have, and they're trying to like have a status thing. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what a bad use of your time, dude. Streamer, add me. I have MP5 Castoria, but no skills level. See, funnily enough, what gets me to add people is not them having good units, skills leveled or otherwise. It's more of just having, you know, interesting units or budget stuff I want to use. Shit like that. And at this point, really, I just add people for being regulars in my chat so I can just, like, keep tabs on, you know, what they're deciding to level up and roll on and whatnot. Yeah, I normally have like the problem like I need someone to slot David or Chen Gong and everything is Castoria and Merlin and I'm like, fuck. Okay, we still don't have the other ammo types, which is kind of weird. I thought you got 1 and 4 too, but I guess not. I honest to God do not understand why you still have to do this in the main interlude. It's so pointless. I mean, it was, to be fair, it was really pointless in the original event as well. It was just an excuse to get you to do free quests a bunch. I remember when Say did that, but I saw that shit coming because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. That shit was funny, dude. That was a good stream. I hope I saved that stream. That was a good time. I'll look back on that when I'm 60 fondly. If I can make it there anyway. Getting a lot of value out of these shots though. Yeah, I figure it was to say account review, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that one and Max's are probably the most memorable. That was pretty great. We need to check up on some people, some of our regulars. We should do some updates and see what they're up to. I haven't really done account reviews because it's impossible to curate right now. But and also it's repetitive if you do them a lot, so I kind of want it to be something special. I honest to God cannot believe how much effort Max put into that account review. That probably took so much time. Yeah, that was where like chat was entertaining me instead of the other way around, but you know. Which is telling me to play ads, by the way, which I'm not going to do, but I'm sure they'll force me eventually. You can only fight Twitch for so long. Yeah, this has 5 floors. This is still though, this is so much better than the maze event. Like it doesn't take that long to get through this, so. And you get these kind of fun stages right off the bat. So I'm not hating this really. Like this is fine. You don't only have to make a story for your account. You know, you don't need to copy like Max, right? Because first off, you're never going to be able to do that, and you gotta, you know. Like, what do you care about, right? Like, what units do you like? How, you know, what do you do that, you know, like, do you bulldoze stages and buff stack and all that? Then show that off, right? Show some pictures of you one-shotting a boss or whatever. You know, if you just like winning with, you know, X or Y character, just do that. You just don't worry about what other people do. Worry about, like, just, you know, showing off how you play the game, what units you like, what you like to do. And there's no format, right, that you need to worry about. And Max was kind of an impossible act to follow, but the thing to look at Say, right? Say did it in such a memey, you know, like anti-streamer kind of way, right? He's doing his own thing there. But yeah, you don't have to put like that much effort into it all the time. You can just add some text, be like, hey, these are the servants I like. You know, I beat Zeus this way or whatever, right? You know, that kind of thing. And then when you're a newbie account, you don't have to do any of that. You can be like, help, right? And you just post what you got and like, what should I level, right? So when it's a newbie, you focus on just literally just showing what you have, and that's it. And when it's a flex, then you want to just, you know, show off what you like and don't like and that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know if an Art Knights account review would be very useful because, you know, I focus so much on free-to-play in Art Knights. Because in FGO, obviously I do a lot of free-to-play stuff, but and like all my videos are pretty free-to-play focused. I still use a lot of high-rarity stuff just to like have good knowledge and you know, I've played FGO a lot more. Like my game knowledge in FGO is so much higher than my game knowledge in Art Knights. I do have really good game knowledge now for free-to-play stuff, I feel. Like I think, yeah, I'm able to do shit. I know like what's good when you need burst, when you don't. Like I know what units are good when. I think I've got a pretty damn good understanding of free-to-play in Arc Knights now, but that's it, right? That's it. I don't have much understanding for anything other than free-to-play in Arc Knights, so I'm not nearly as useful over there. Yeah, honestly, if someone truly is getting into FGO and needs advice, by all means, you can just send me a message on Discord for an account review, and we'll get that hooked up, right? So I can just tell them the format and stuff. But for flexes right now, it's kind of on pause, but we'll figure something out eventually. Hey Rising, what's up, man? It's been a while. Probably because I've been streaming later, I would imagine. Mythic, are you at work right now? Are you being bad? I'm just thinking of like the timeline. No, I'm off? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, seriously though, they could have just let us clear the map automatically. That would definitely save us some time. Like, this gets pretty repetitive pretty quick. Like, the stages are nice. Yeah, I don't mind playing those again, but this whole bit, it's like, why? Yeah, I need to try to stream earlier from time to time, mix it up. Then I know I don't stream at like optimal times. Funny that I say that when Mythic is here. Speaking of not streaming at optimal times, Mythic, if you, by the way, if you actually streamed at like prime time, your channel would be so much bigger by now. Because like you've already grown really big for like the market you're in, right? Because you know, gacha game streaming is kind of small, but like you're streaming at like fucking 3 a.m. and shit. Right? If you would stream in prime time from time to time, you'd be doing really... Yeah, absolutely! Like, it's crazy how much you've grown, considering when you fucking stream. So yeah, if you can stream in prime time, you'll grow your audience. Gotta hit those demographics, man. Yeah, I tell you, I think Mythic's gonna make it if he sticks with it. Yeah, I'll try to sneak in some Arknights at some better times. Last night was insane. I was streaming way later than I normally do. It was because of Elden Ring. I messed up my schedule a good bit there. Yeah, Mythic's got like... I think I have a good eye for this, because like I predicted Slice was gonna blow up when he had like 5 viewers, and now Slice is like huge. Like, I think Mythic's got the right voice and temperament and everything, so... He should do well. And I say that, and then Mythic's gonna like go off the deep end. He's gonna start going on like crazy rants. I wonder who would do that. But anyway, you know, he'll be like drunk on stream. He'll get banned, right? Jesus Christ, stuff. Can we get through this? Like, this is silly here. I guess technically, if you really wanted to, you could like clear all these floors, do the main story, then clear the next floor, and then just stream the good bits. And Zerg, thank you for the gifted sub, man. 104 now, by the way. Opinion on vampires. They cool. Mythic, you just lost 5 cool points. God damn it. Fucking vampires, dude. Alright, let's see here. Let me check what bosses we have here. Honestly, the second floor actually might be that one whale with the you could do all the crazy dot shit on. Alright, this floor, okay, that's filler, that's filler, filler, filler. Alright, this one is just a fence up, nothing too special. It's removable too, so that's nothing really worth saving. Okay, the big whale on this one is Epsilon. Which one is this? It's got Void. Absorbs HP when it attacks. Yeah, I think that might be the fucked up one. Yeah, so that we do want to save that one, absolutely. And then the squid one is not working. Okay, the only one I think we're gonna want to save then is Epsilon. Maybe the Rider one. I'll hold on to the Rider one for now because there's no reason to get rid of it. But if we end up needing the points later, then we probably can nuke that one. Wait, what were we talking about? Didn't care until chapter 10. Is this Arknight's character? Chat, I'm gonna be real quick. I gotta run to the restroom. Then I gotta make a phone call, for God's sakes. But so I'll be back in just a minute here. Mythic, do something. You know, Dance Monkey, you got that. You can entertain chat for a minute. All right, chat. What am I gonna see here? Some degeneracy. So, chat, I was thinking about it. For Road to Lostbelt 7, with Lostbelt 6. So we had our discussion about modern day politics. Oh god. How to make everyone mad. Anyway, I bet you they're gonna make a boss fight with Woodrose, right? Dog Juna. I bet you they're gonna do like, you know, 4 million, 5 million HP on that fight or whatever. I can totally see that. And that's gonna be annoying, as they always are. But I kind of... They might not do Fluffy, honestly. They might not. They might just skip it. And if they do it, then I would hope they don't give them that much HP, because that would just be fucking impossible for free-to-play. Although a lot of the stages have... None of them have really been impossible. They've been unreasonable. Like, you have to take like 60 or 70 turns or whatever. So it's not great. But if they did Fluffy like that, no way you're doing it with free-to-play. There's just not a chance. But yeah, I do think they might not do Fluffy at all. I think they might skip it and do like Woodrose. They'll probably do Morgan. I could see that. Let's see, maybe Woodrose, Morgan, and then probably like one of those random ass bosses that was like nothing. I don't know. They might do the Lolly Dragon or something. I could see that. Oh god, they could do Burgess. That'd be awful. Yeah, maybe Vortigern, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they might avoid the final bosses. We'll see. But I think Woodrose is really likely. If you just look at their track record, that just seems like the kind of boss they would want to do. Alright, we're almost done here. Well, I would hope if they did Burgess, they would like change the way. Like, you don't have to bring the preset team or something, but they don't ever really do that, so... Hey, Donut, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while either. But thank you for the 21 months, man. Yeah, giving Fluffy, like, a huge HP boost, that is pretty terrible. You know what? Doing Albion, however the fuck you say its name, that actually wouldn't be so bad, because it was a pretty cool fight mechanically, but the mechanics didn't matter because it was so easy. However, if you give it like 5 million HP, then it's just trash, right? I really wish they would just not do these the way that they're doing them, right? Like, instead of giving the bosses between like 3 and 6 million HP, you know, give them like 2 million HP, right? That would be fine. because it's still harder, right? And your idiot whales can still show off their LOL, look at how many 5 stars I have, right? And it'll still be like, you know, way ahead of free-to-play stuff. But then it's way more reasonable for free-to-play, because all of the free-to-play ways of doing these stages are like stalling for 70 turns. That is just degenerate, right, gameplay. No, that is awful. And no one should have to do that, right? That just is terrible. Oh hey, you can speed that up. Not that it really matters, because the slow part is the confirmation message and everything else, but when you have to send out Oki like 80 fucking times, I'll take it. Alright. That's everything. Grab the free loot, which I'm not going to complain about that part. Yeah, the other thing you could do is not change the HP of the bosses too much and make it a case-by-case basis, because like Antonio and Lostbelt 1 really just did not have nearly enough HP, so he really should get an HP boost. But yeah, I would have vastly preferred be like, you know, maybe removed a gimmick but then added 2 gimmicks, or sometimes just added a gimmick depending on the fight, right? Because some bosses, if you just slapped a new gimmick on it, it'd be cancer, so you have to twink things a little bit. But yeah, I think they should have done it in a way more handcrafted kind of way. You know, look at the boss and like, okay, does this boss need more HP? And if so, does it need a lot or just a little bit, right? And then does it need an extra gimmick? Like, what could we do to make this, you know, like a hard mode, but still more interesting and, you know, reasonable? Where they're just like, hey, remember that Canis fight? Yeah, give it 4 million HP, right? It's like, that's stupid. Like Antonio, you could just give him like 50k HP more on each health bar, you know, and maybe 1 more gimmick, and we're good to go, right? That's all you really need to do. But when you give the enemies that much HP, you actually make it a lot less interesting, and the reason is the freedom in how to approach it goes down dramatically, because most, like, especially for free to play and even like kind of intermediate stuff, your burst options are just not gonna, that's just not gonna happen, right? Like, if you're gonna do burst, you have to have all the, like, a lot of meta stuff, right? Not all of it, but you're gonna need a chunk of, like, really good stuff. And so you must approach them in a more stall-oriented way if you're not gonna do it in that way, and that rules out a bunch of units, right? There's just so many units, like, yeah, this is not gonna be useful here. And it's just really repetitive. I mean, like, it actually surprised me how similar most of my setups have been when I try to make it free to play, because yeah, it's like half the roster is just irrelevant. So okay, so every single one of the, like, the non-whale or squid thingies, they're all pointless. The only ones that might be good is the rider one and then the whale one, and the whale one's gonna be good. That one's gonna be a bitch. Why is this not available? I wonder if they've changed this. It's either gonna be point based or they're making you have to get Frankenstein, because that fight's really easy when you have Frankenstein. We'll see. It might just be point based. So let's do as many as we can and see what happens here. But like, what would make the Antonio fight interesting is making it like a balancing act on, like, you know, do you want Antonio to kill the ghost but then buff himself, versus killing the ghost so he can't buff himself? But then what if you have buff removal, but then what if he can kill the person that's buff removal, and like, do you bring a taunt, right? A lot of that, like, interesting decision making wasn't present at all, right? It was just stall. Right, that was the only thing that mattered for Antonio, was just stall. And yeah, it just sucks. So yeah, that's been how most of them have been. But yeah, I've been pretty unhappy with them, which sucks because it's kind of a cool idea, but yeah, I think it was implemented pretty poorly. And then, oh my god, I whiffed all of my Teapot. Well, not all of them. I whiffed like half of the Teapots from Lostbelt 5, because you got, you know, like 60 Teapots from it. It was really, I thought it was only going to delete the ones from like Lostbelt 4, and I'd already used those. So I thought it would be fine, but nope, not fine, all gone. But at least I used some of them. I didn't whiff the whole thing. All right, hold up. Let me look at what class this is so we can bring the worst thing possible. It is Assassin, so try with a Rider. Eventually these will get hard enough that we won't be able to do that, but let's take a peek here. Always Aussie. Yeah, you know what? Aussie's a big boy. That might be overkill, but... Default. Normally I'd say Atlas with the way he's been changed, but because this is going to be very bursty, I think we go default. Oh, this event. I honestly don't mind the gameplay of it. It's decent. But holy shit, the story. They made like the Outer Gods like Saturday morning cartoon villains. I was like, what the hell? And then no go. Alright, don't get me started on that one. Probably my least favorite servant they've ever added. It's always funny using Hans and Ozzy together, and they have decent synergy. But it's the same voice actor and all that. It's kind of great. Honestly, if you were like a new account and you like, because you could pick Ozzy as your free 5-star. So you could be a new account, right? Getting into FGO, you pick Ozzy as your free 5-star. Then obviously you're gonna have Hans. And if you're a new account, you're clearly not gonna have, you know, Castoria and Merlin, Veach, you know, Vortigern Oberyn and all that nonsense. So you're pretty likely to use Hans at some point. So it actually makes sense to be using Hans with Ozzy, and then you get to do the buff success chance thing and all that. So it'd actually be a pretty fun experience. Hell, if we ever make a new account again, which that probably won't happen anytime soon, because we still have the co-op account and the Bazette account. But we'd probably do that. Probably go like, yeah, I'll pick Ozzy as a free 5-star. Use Hans a lot. Let's go. Make it a whole shtick. Alright, so we get the cooldown reduction. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just do this now. It's kind of awkward because we're whipping the heal, etc., but they want it anyways. We'll make stars so I can crit next turn. Yeah, I don't have any plans to do a new account anytime soon. Actually, I want to play the co-op account. I need to sit down and talk to Cairo because we need to hash out the rules if we want to like change any of the units that are allowed and stuff. Probably add Valkyrie, right? Because she's pretty garbage, and I don't think we'd even use her if we had her. So we could add a couple of things like that. Really, that's about it. I'll check. There's probably a couple other units that we could allow that are, you know, pretty whatever for their rarity. But, yeah, Valkyrie is a pretty obvious one. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to playing the co-op account in Lostbelt. I think that's gonna be... Because some of that shit was hard, man, so... The Lostbelt, especially Lostbelt 3 and stuff and on, is a huge step up in difficulty, so... No, Salter couldn't be allowed at all, no way. I don't know where people are getting this I've noticed this in like the last 6 months, that people have this idea that Salter is trash. It's stupid. Now, she has been power crept, right? Absolutely. But there's a huge difference between being power crept and being, you know, actually meh or bad, right? There's a huge difference there. Because I will absolutely agree that Saber Alter has definitely been power crept, but yeah, that does not equal her being bad. Yeah, she's very straightforward, and you don't really need her, but she is actually quite good. It's just there's other things that are even better than she is. But they really should do something for her just because she's popular. But the thing is, in my opinion, there's still other 4-star sabers that need help more. Like even Rama needs help more because he's power crept way worse than she is. All right, we are clearly going to just murder this here, and if somehow we don't, I'm going to have evade. Okay, ping it off. You know what? We'll just ping it off with the Buster. Who cares? Rama, I still wouldn't even say is bad. he's definitely not as good as Saber Alter though. Like he's definitely behind there. But he's still like okay, right? Like he still has an okay like amount of stats that he can throw at the enemy, and you can crit and do a decent NP and got some survival. Like but he's like bare minimum, right? He's got the bare minimum of what you need a Saber single target to do. Like yeah, you can do some boss nuking and a little bit of survivability, but is absolutely nothing special. I suspect I haven't tested Rama in a while, but I suspect Bedivere is going to do better than him more times than not. So he definitely needs a buff, but I still wouldn't say he's bad. There's very few bad units in FGO anymore, just because they buff so many things. Now there are still some, right? You still got your Phantom of the Operas and your Jekyll and Hydes, right? But there's not a lot of units left that are bad. Although, as the enemies get stronger, a lot of the whatever units from the past become less and less viable, right? Like, even though they buffed Benkei, I mean, Benkei is never used by anyone ever, really. I mean, occasionally there's like that perfect stage that he's good for, but I tell you though, the weird thing about Benkei is he's actually really close to being really good for a budget unit. What he needs is battery. You give him a battery and he's way better. Because there's like even the challenge quest on JP right now, he actually can be somewhat useful for because taunt's really good and buff removal's good. Because like the boss has pierce vulnerability and stuff like that. And stun's good too. You can't hit Liz with it, but you can hit the other two. So like he's actually not bad there. The thing is he's not fast enough. He's not going to get his NP. So he needs a battery skill. Give him a battery skill, then you got his passive to give him starting NP. Then if you do give him a starting NP CE, you're good to go, right? And you can just boom, NP. And that's what he needs. Like, that's what he needs. Unironically, though, the best way to use Benkei right now is giving him, like, K-Scope or Cope Scope, and then have his passive maxed out to 10, because then he can turn 1 NP. And so he could show up taunt NP, or NP, then because it's stunned, then taunt next turn, depending on what kind of boss it is, right? And that's actually pretty good. Like, that's pretty damn good. But yeah, you do need to have his passive maxed out to do that. But the thing is, everyone is going to have that eventually, right? Unless they're burning their Benkei coins, but that's your fault at that point. But the longer you play, you're inevitably going to get enough Benkei coins to get his second passive. Now the question is, are you actually going to level it? But that will be a decent option eventually. Yeah, they had to like nerf Benkei in arcade because they didn't want a bronze being like meta. Because arcade is pretty shameless with its pay to win. Alright, this is assassins again. I think they're weaker. Well, one of them is stronger, but the other two are weaker, so this is kind of a whatever. Let's see. What do we want to do? Ricky would be kind of cool. Got Summer Canis there. Yeah, sure, why not? We got Summer Canis with a certain CE. Alright, yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Off we go. Yeah, I know, they do give batteries like everyone. Here's the thing, Benkei actually deserves it, right? I think a lot of, like, for real, I think the battery meta is really bad for the game. And I think it wrecks creativity, it's power crept a lot, and it makes them give every new unit that they want. You can tell when they want a lot of people to roll on a unit, they make sure to give it a battery, right? Like, look at Arc, right? Arcaway, she has a battery, of course, right? And then they had to push it to give her 100% battery and all that, right? So, the battery meta absolutely is bad. It makes the units that had batteries way less special, right? Like, units like, I remember, like, Mordred and Billy were, like, rare back in the early days, like, back in, like, London and America, right? You didn't have a lot of units with self-batteries that were DPS, right? You had Waver, but he was a support. And as they just added it to unit after unit after unit after unit, it's just become a lot less special. And you have these old units that were kind of designed around having a battery, so the rest of their toolkit's a lot weaker. Like Billy his other skills are pretty weak to compensate for the fact, and his attack stats low and all that. And it's to compensate because he does have a fucking 50% battery, because that was so rare back then. But now it's every fucking where, right? And their other skills are really, really good. So Billy is like shit in comparison, right? Like, he's obviously not bad, like I was saying earlier, but like, he's not, you know, in comparison, he's not looking so good. And it is boring, right? It makes the meta just gas, right? And you can see a lot of the bosses now are designed around them expecting you to NP just all of the damn time. So I don't think it's good for the game. So yeah, I wish they had never done the battery meta, because when you do have units like Ben-K, they can really stand out because they do have batteries. And because Ben-K's NP doesn't do damage, it's totally fair. And he's a low star, so he needs to get his job done quickly before he dies. There's like a million reasons it's fair to give him a battery. But unfortunately, it is what it is now. They're not going to nerf people. So we're in the battery meta, and sadly, there's no going back. And I do think it's going to cause a lot of problems. It's going to cause a lot of problems moving forward for the game. I think it's going to make boss design worse. I think it already is making these problems, but I think it's going to get worse and worse. I think like recharge isn't nearly as bad because you have to at least wait a turn. But even then, you want to be sparing with it, because like I remember when Pimp was added, she was really damn unique because she had not only recharge, but that much recharge. But now there's a lot of units that have at least 20% recharge. Well, they don't generally go over 20%, to be honest, but there are a lot of units that are coming out these days that will have stuff, either a battery or a big recharge, right? That stuff's just very, very common. But here's what happened. So in the earlier days of the game, right, they kind of spread things out a bit more. Not everyone had a fucking battery. So you had all these different concepts, and they added new ones. Like they started adding, debuffs that were like resistant types down, and that was a good idea, and there's fine, no problem with that. But something won essentially, right? And what, like in the meta anyway, right? There was a best thing, right? Out of all the different type of servant designs, there was a best one. And that one was battery, right? I mean, there's just no denying this. And the thing is, that's fine. Of course something has to be the best, right? Between critting and NP spam and debuffs and utility and all these, something has to win more times than not. No single gimmick is going to be like the best thing all the time. But like, it's okay if like battery is going to be one of the best things. But when you realize, okay, so battery is kind of the best thing in the game, let's be really sparing with it then. And when we do give it to someone, it needs to be meaningful. It needs to be balanced around having it, right? That kind of thing. Because if it's a rare special thing, it's totally fine. The problem is they were like, oh, battery's meta, so anytime we give a unit battery, people are going to be more likely to roll for it. So short-term quarterly gains, let's go. And in the long term, then it just becomes super power creepy and all the units feel really similar, and blah 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 blah. Like, it's getting to the point now, and I swear I'm not crazy man green saying this. It's getting to the point where it's like anytime they want a unit to be kind of like sought after, they always have battery, and that's just a given. And then the thing that makes them unique is whatever else is in their toolkit, right? And that is just dumb, right? And that obviously is really bad for the older units that don't have it. And it makes the old units like Kentucky or Mordred and Billy and stuff like that had it in the early days, it makes them super less special now. See, I'm not really a fan. I wish they hadn't done that. And it's kind of lame that you almost assume a new unit's going to have battery now, and then their actual toolkit is everything else, because of course they have battery, right? Yeah, it's bad. And it's bad for boss design, because now they're like assuming that you're always, using battery and you can NP all the time. And it's I gotta say, as someone, okay, I gotta say this. I really gotta say this, and I think there's some people that aren't gonna believe me, but I haven't seen any of the other like free-to-play, budgety people, any of those kind of players disagree with me on this. And how do I put this? I don't think the like current boss design is actually fair to free-to-play anymore. I really don't. It's not that they can't do it, they can, but it's not fun anymore, and it's not like reasonable anymore. And it's because I've been doing it. I've been doing all the goddamn stages, but they suck, right? Normally what you have to do to be more budget-friendly and make a reasonable team and all that revolves around either insane stall that is really boring, or insane RNG, right? Because that's what I've been seeing, is the harder content that they've been making in FGO now, like, is blatantly balanced around people being able to NP, which budget still can't do that well. And what you need to do to win ends up being really RNG based. Like the challenge quest right now, it is so easy if you use meta stuff. I mean, it's like, I mean it is really fucking easy, right? You can 3-turn it without really even trying. right? Like a really basic bitch, you know, NP a bunch kind of team that you would use for farming generally can 3 or 4 or maybe 5 turn the challenge quest. But if you try to do it with like pure 1 to 3 stars, it's absolute cancer because you can't NP enough to kill them fast enough. So the enemies keep getting the bonus from Liz, so they keep NPing over and over. And when the enemies are NPing over and over, they're applying their defensive removal effect. And you've only got like Jufu for anti-buff removal like 1 time, and that's just not enough. Or for 1 unit, that's not enough. And it's super cancer. And so the way to do it with low stars is get really good at RNG so you can kill them really fast. And it's just not great, right? It's like there's just too much RNG involved. It's not reasonable anymore. I really feel this way. It's actually been a huge turnoff for me in FGO because I've always liked doing the low star stuff, and the low star stuff is just becoming dumb. It's just getting dumber and dumber what you need to do, and it takes more and more time for like to figure out a team that can work, and then if there is RNG, you have to like do the team over and over again. And I don't really like it anymore. I hate to say this, but I have not been enjoying doing budget stuff in FGO anymore because it's just becoming bullshit. Like it's just becoming fucking bullshit. Like there's just more, yeah, or poster girl, right, shit like that. But I don't begrudge anyone that uses poster girl when they use low stars. That's totally fine. But it's not a budget setup anymore if you do that. It's not even like remotely free to play. And you're never gonna have a perfect free to technically a perfect like budget team or a perfect like mimicable team or whatever is going to be, you know, all 1 to 3 stars, no grails, no rare CEs, yada yada yada, and a lot of the content is just impossible like that, right? Like it just, you can't do it anymore, and it's actually been that way for a long time. Now I'll say this, to an extent that's okay, right? Because by the time you get to the later game, like when you get to Lostbelt 6, you're not going to be using 1 to 3 stars, no grails. Like that's no one's going to be in that situation, right? So I don't mind if like, yeah, you can do it with 1 to 3 stars, but it's going to be either crazy RNG or you're going to need some of them grailed, right? That's fine because those grailed ones are just are compensating for like not using the random 4 and 5 stars people could be obtaining along the way. So that's not too big of a deal, but that's not really the issue. It's not the issue that like you might need a grailed one or you might need like a decent CE and stuff. It's more like you need that stuff and then you need a lot of RNG, or you need poster girl specifically, and you know that's not reasonable, or you need like a, you know, a very specific craft essence or a very specific unit grailed, because a lot of times when you do use a grailed unit like on a DPS, it's pretty module, and like you could switch that out for like summoning a friend's, you know, Lee or something, or you know, whatever the fuck. So normally that's fine, but I've been seeing more and more content recently where it's not really the way. It's like, you better have this kind of thing or you fucked, right? And it's been that way for a while now, and I hope it changes, and I hope it's temporary. I hope they figure it out. And one way to fix it, this is going to have another problem, but I think the best way to fix the issue right now is they need to buff the shit out of low stars to compensate for how busted meta stuff is. Now, obviously, you don't want to buff Hans and Mozart and Chin to be like as good as Castoria and Beach and all these kinds of things, but the gap is really big right now, and it makes boss design really fucked. Because I know what's causing this. I know why budget teams are getting fucked over and things are getting really RNG and really stupid. It's because they're trying to make challenge quests that are interesting for people that are using Castoria and Veach and whatnot. And that's fine, right? I'm not saying those people shouldn't have content that's interesting, but the problem is, in order to make a stage that is interesting for somebody that's busting out the big guns, right? That is going to make the stage utter bullshit for someone that's not. And in the olden days, that wasn't such a big problem because the gap wasn't so large. But the gap has gotten larger and larger as time has gone on. With a few exceptions, like I would say for some of like the roles, the gap's not so big. Like, you know, Ku's better than ever, but that's only for Lancer, right? And like David's better than ever, and he's kind of a support. But you know, what's made him better than ever is actually his damage angle, right? So that's only a few things where the free to play units are totally fine. And like as good as Yufu is, as good as Shinigong is, and all that stuff, they're not really enough for a lot of the bullshit that is like coming down the pipeline these days. So I really hope they do something about this, and they either kind of like making the bosses like more reasonable is not necessarily the best way of doing it, because that will make the people that are using Castoria and Veach and Oberon and all that stuff like bored. I thought this was an assassin stage. Well, we fucked that up. Anyway. So yeah, like, you kind of have to make the stages harder to accommodate because the meta is what it is, right? People are using Castoria and Beach and all these things, right? Now, those are very common now. So on the one hand, you kind of need to accommodate for that, or reward to give people an incentive not to play that way for like challenging content if they want to. It's like, hey, you get a bonus, you know, if you don't use it, and then so it's obviously scaled for you not to always, you know, bring, you know, double Castoria or whatever the fuck. But I don't know, that might aggravate people too, and like obviously from a company standpoint, you don't want to incentivize people not to whale, right? So, but yeah, I think the best thing to do then is buffing the low stars to compensate for how busted. That way they're just more, they need to be more equipped. They don't need to be more equipped to 3-turn shit, right? They don't need that. Because, okay, here's the thing, and it's funny how many people don't realize this, but a lot of times when you 3-turn a challenge quest, it is so much easier, right? That's actually the reason a lot of people try to 3-turn challenge quests, is because you, like, for example, the challenge quest on JP right now, every few turns, Liz buffs the shit out of her teammates, right? And that translates to them NPing over and over and over and over again. But if you actually look at the timing on it, if you 3-turn that challenge quest, you never have to deal with that. It's over before that ever gets going, right? You might have to deal with like 1 NP from the enemies and that's it, right? And then you obviously just blow all of your survivability to deal with that one time. It's not a big deal, right? Like, it never catches up with you, right? If you have a boss that has like a lot of crit damage, the faster you end it, the less time the boss has to like 10k crit somebody. Right, so if the stage is over in 3 turns, you never have to, you don't have to bring taunt walls and stuff to deal with that because it's over, right? And so it's not that the low stars need to be able to 3-turn. That'd actually be a terrible idea in my opinion. So they don't need to mimic what the high star people are doing, where they kill things so fast they don't even deal with the gimmicks. That's not the problem. The low stars need to be more equipped to like go medium speed, right? So they have answers to the gimmicks or ways to survive or ways you can plan out, okay, this boss is going to do, you know, buff removal but after damage, and you know, maybe you have buff removal resistance on these turns and you have enough survivability for the next turn, and right, you have like things like David's evade behind another survivability. Because like, for example, putting David's evade behind an invulnerability can be really good, but there's fuck all invulnerability for low stars, right? Like, what little there is stuff like Babbage's self-invulnerability, right? And you have Mash and you have Babbage, right? There's very little else. And so like that kind of David synergy barely exists for free-to-play, right? Even though it'd be very useful for like the challenge quest right now and other stuff, right? So I think they just need to equip low stars better to deal with like gimmicks. And if they do need to last longer, they do need to go for 10 turns or 20 turns or whatever, they have better options to do that, right? You don't need to make low stars capable of 3-turning. I think that's like a really, really bad idea, because then what's the point, right? If low stars are 3-turning challenge quests, why even bother, you know, doing the high rarity stuff, right? Like, what's the difference? And if everything's a 3-turn, this is just, you know, boring. So yeah, for God's sakes, don't do that. But yeah, give vulnerability. That's not really the one to do that with. But like, you know, here's an example. Give a support, make a low star support that gives the whole team a 1-hit vulnerability. That's not broken. That is absolutely not broken. And you don't give them a team-wide 50% battery, right, in their toolkit, obviously, right? But you give their toolkit some okay stuff, right? That's going to be really helpful, right? That's going to be really helpful, right? Just stuff like that. You know, give a better option for buff removal resistance. That's a big one. They need a better buff removal resistance budget unit, stuff like that. But yeah, so I think because like just right now, low stars are just not equipped to deal with a lot of the stupid bullshit that they throw at the player, right? Because like, there's a lot of stupid bullshit that they throw at the player these days, and a lot of how you have to deal with it is RNG, and I hate it, dude. Like I beat that challenge quest with 2 setups, and I just could not bring myself to post either video because it was so RNG, dude, and I could not find a way to make the setup less RNG. I could maybe find a way to make it slightly less RNG, but like it was going to be RNG as fuck no matter what I did, and I don't like that. I really don't like that. I don't know, maybe I'm just fucking stupid. Maybe there was a way to do it that's not that RNG, but I doubt it. Yeah, they need to add more low stars, and they need to buff some of the ones that are in. You know, give Ben K a battery. I'm telling you, that would be a big thing. Like, 'cause now you've got a AoE buff removal option with a taunt and stuff. Like, that's really good. That's not going to help 3-turn or anything, but Yeah, Jufu has buff removal resistance, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough, because it's only for one target. And it just pales in comparison to some of the other options out there. And the thing is, a lot of times when you do high star stuff, you don't need buff removal resistance because you can win fast enough. And even if one of the units gets killed because of buff removal, you can just cycle them out for another good, you know, buffer and whatnot, and it's fine, right? It's no big deal. But that's just not a thing for most low stars. I mean, sometimes low stars can do that, but generally that doesn't work out. Like, Jufu is the only practical unit for like, free-to-play, new players, that kind of stuff, with buff removal resistance. Because you can't guarantee with, like, welfare, and like, Jufu's good, don't get me wrong, Jufu's good, and she actually is something that's a really nice, like, addition to the free-to-play roster. She's an FP summon, so, you know, easy as it can get to obtain. And she does have some okay support. She has a 30% battery instead of 20% battery, because up until her, all the budget supports had always been 20% batteries or less. So it's nice to at least have a 30%. That's good. But yeah, her buff removal resistance is generally not good enough. Now, in some boss fights, like, it is good enough, if it's just like that one buff removal on that one part. But like for the challenge quest right now, it can help, but it's not that helpful, right? It's not the answer to the yikes there. And it's not like buff removal resistance is the only thing that they need. Like, they need other anti-debuff options other than Asclepius. Asclepius is great and all, but they need other options beyond that. Okay, this must be the assassin stage that I was thinking. I actually am glad they're not doing reruns. Now, they didn't say that they weren't going to do reruns at all anymore. That is not what they said. People have really they've messed that up. They misinterpreted that. They said they weren't going to do them often. But what I would like to see them do, and maybe they're going to do this, is do main interludes more and do like those collage events more like they did for Liz. That's the best way to do it. Alright, you know what? I hate Nev, but we haven't used her in forever, so why not? We'll see if she can deal with some assassins here. Yeah, you could give Hector an AoE debuff clear. That'd be alright. And he's got some nice utility already. He's actually pretty close to being a really helpful unit. But yeah, the thing is, they, for some reason, just rarely buff units. They only do it like once or twice a year. And there's so many units in the game now that they can't do that. Like, it's weird. As the roster's gotten bigger, they've actually started to buff units less, right? Because they used to do a big round of buffs for the anniversary and, like, I think it was in fall, like October or some shit. But they don't really do that anymore. It's messed up. So yeah, they've been buffing less and they need it more. So and I don't even get it. A lot of the buffs don't require them a lot of dev work. They just don't. A lot of it is just numbers, right? Some of the units they just buff by like adding an effect that already exists in the game or making something 30% instead of 20%, right? It's not. Now some buffs are more work than that, but a lot of buffs aren't. So there's really no excuse as to why we just go year after year after year where all these units just don't get buffed. I mean, there's no reason Jekyll and Hyde should be as bad as he is when we're in year 7 of the game, right? And we've had patch after patch after patch. Just buff him. You don't need. It's good. I'm telling you, it's because of fucking Nasu. Nasu is I hate to say this, but Nasu's a bad game developer. I mean, he is. It's because he's not a game developer. He's a fucking writer. But because, you know, he's in charge of a lot of stuff, he has a lot of sway, and I think that's actually the problem. Because Nasu just has this thing, apparently, about, like, you know, units getting an animation update or a buff when it's, like, relevant. Right? And they only want to do it when it's not relevant, if it's something special like the anniversary. That's stupid. And their roster is way too big to maintain that, because you're not going to be rotating people being relevant often enough in order to wait for like Jekyll and Hyde to be in an event to give them an animation update. That's stupid, right? There's too many units getting added to the game, the roster's too large, and there's way too many fucking units that need buffs at this point in order to maintain that. That's way too slow, right? Like, sure, if you can line it up, right? If it's like, hey, this unit's gonna be relevant here, and they need a buff, you know, sure, buff them during the event, that's fine. But, you know, when you got units just sitting there, you know, in like the worst state imaginable, they just need to be buffed, you know, for no reason. You just buff them, right? You just do it. And also the game could just be a lot better and healthier if you did that, because again, we're having, I think, a lot of problems with like the boss design and like what's available to free-to-plays and stuff. So yeah, they desperately need to get on the ball when it comes to buffing units and stuff. And honestly, just from like a new player experience, you want to make sure units, the early, easily obtained units are good and have good animations and stuff. You don't want people to get into the game and like have all their characters look like ass. But that's a whole, you know, the whole new player experience. You know, they need to remove all the filler. They need to clean up the story. They need to make it more rewarding. They need to make it harder, etc., etc. All right, what do we want to do here? So I wonder if these are charmable. Nope. Okay. How much damage can she actually pull off here? Probably should have just defense down this one then. But it was like humanoid-ish, so, you know. I had a dream. I guess we just BBB. Yeah, FGO does not maintain new players at like very well, but that's because they don't put any effort into the new player experience. The thing is, an event being Lostbelt locked has nothing to do with maintaining new players. That you should never be like, okay, we need to have a good new player experience, we need new blood, we need to make sure new people are getting into the game. You don't do that by doing like a one-off whatever event. You know, you do that by making the game better, right? When someone boots up the game, they need to be having a really fun time in Fuyuki. Now, you can take Fuyuki fairly slow because it is like the tutorial, right? It's not like Arc Knight's Chapter 0 is any good gameplay-wise, right? But like, first off, make Fuyuki a lot better at explaining the game, right? Doesn't need to be hard or like super rewarding or engaging, but it needs to actually explain the game pretty well. And they need to give you good examples of rainbow chains and things like that. You know, they updated the baby tutorial, but like that's not really good enough. But yeah, they need to use the Fuyuki to actually teach players how the game is supposed to be played. And then yeah, by Orleans, you need to be actually, yeah, don't make it like crazy hard, right? Obviously it doesn't need to be fluffy, right? Because you can't guarantee what servants they have, etc., etc. But they need to make like Orleans way fucking harder. Because right now, this is what everyone does. They get into FGO, they summon Gajuna and Orleans, and they just see red press red, and they're bored out of their mind, and they just grind through it that way. That is absolutely what people fucking do, right? Like, it's all the goddamn time. And that is so boring. No one is like, wow, I'm having fun in this game when they do that. And people quit this game constantly, dude. Every time I see people try this game, they don't stick with it. Like, it's very rare that they maintain new players. But yeah, they need to fix that, like, big time. And people are going to hate this, but actually, I don't think people would hate this. The only people would hate this are people that are already playing the game, and you're not playing the story, so fuck you. I don't think you need to be able, you should not be able to use friend supports at the beginning of the game. Like, at least not for key fights. And the thing is, if you're a new player, you're not even going to notice. If you never played FGO before, that doesn't mean anything to you. Right? And here's what you do. You give players, like, you make sure, like, when you beat Fuyuki, maybe there's a servant they just give you, right? And things like that. Maybe give people David sooner instead of an Oceanus, right? But and start accounts off with like a limit broken ley line and a limit broken jeweled sword and a few basic things like that. So you know the players have enough power to beat the challenges in front of them, right? And then actually make some engaging content at the beginning that you have to do with your units, right? And if you're a new player, you know, you're not going to be farming right away. You're probably going to do the main story. And so you're like, okay, we want them to be this level by Oceanus, so you make sure the main story quests drop enough XP that they can get their units to that level by Oceanus naturally, right? And then you make the stuff in Oceanus bounce around that level and actually engaging, and like you actually have some fucking content that matters, right? So people are having, you know, dare I say it, fun, right? And again, a new player isn't going to care that all of a sudden you can't use a friend support because they've never used a friend support. They don't know what that is. Yeah, the way the game is right now, you're not gonna learn anything because it's just so easy. Like, doing Gwen, you can do Gwen without a friend support though, and like I've done it. I've literally streamed it like 10 fucking times, right? Like, actually, it is fun. It's actually way more fun than the other way, because the other way you just kill them in 2 turns, and you don't even know what happened, and you have no sense of accomplishment, right? I have beaten Gwaine with no friend support so many fucking times. Now, obviously, I'm really good at the game. I know what to level up, yada, yada, yada. But here's the thing. The only reason why Gwaine has this reputation of being bullshit and like this brick wall and why everyone goes running to friend supports to carry them is because nothing has taught them how to fight Gwaine leading up to Gwaine. Now, imagine you had like a tutorial stage where on like could be like Oceanus, or in Fuyuki even, but maybe not Fuyuki, but you know, maybe Orleans, Septum, whatever, right? Where it's like a little mini boss fight, and the game's basically explaining to you like what David's skill does, right? And so on the stage starts, and the enemy starts with their NP, right? And they got the stage like set up where you can't possibly kill the boss on the first turn. Like for 1 turn, it adds like 100% damage resistance and debuff immunity or whatever, but that goes away on turn 2, right? And they basically tell you, use David's second skill, you dummy, right? And the enemy has an AoE NP, and you see, oh, it saves everybody, right? And you could even have a stage where they even show you that you could use like a taunt wall, so the other units don't have the evade pinged off, right? And oh look, Nash has taunt. Oh, wonder what she is. Like the main unit of every goddamn account, right? So you could show off like on 1 turn, you prevent the David evade from being pinged off for the other 2 units because you have Mash's taunt, and then the NP happens next turn, and they still have the evade, right? That right there, like you don't do that in Camelot. You don't tell them that in Camelot. You know, you do that in like London or whatever the fuck. You know, maybe Oceanus because you get David in Oceanus, right? So maybe give people David at the start of Oceanus instead of the end of it, and then have that stage like at the beginning or in the middle of Oceanus. So that way, when you get to Gwaine, a hard saber, you're like super incentivized at an AoE NP. You're really incentivized to have David, to bring David there. You've been taught that, you've been shown that, right? And you make sure you show people as they go that you want to have a single target and AoE units, right? So they're going to have a goddamn single target unit for Gwaine, because Gwaine is not hard to beat. Like, Jesus Christ, I have beat Gwaine on accounts that don't farm and don't use the friend support to get carried, and I've beat Gwaine in 1 try in quite a few of my accounts. I have used such garbage-ass accounts, and they're able to beat Gwaine. Gwaine is not that unreasonable to beat. The only reason he seems unreasonable to a lot of players when they first get there is because they have absolutely no idea how to build a team, because the game has never taught it to them. Right? The basic stuff out there for free-to-plays is more than enough to beat Gwaine. Like, you don't even need Robin Hood. There's so many, you don't need Uriel either. You don't need Robin or Uriel. There are so many archers that can get the job done. There are so many budget supports between Mash, George, David, Chen Gong, right? There are so many options available to you that are more than enough in order to beat Gwaine. The only thing you need is basic team building understanding. That's it. He is beatable with a very low bar of units, right? You just need to understand team building. But the game doesn't teach you anything when it comes to team building up until Gwaine, right? And that's why everyone gets wrecked by him and they go crying to their friend support to just murder him. And that's terrible because they don't learn anything. Because up until Gwaine, they didn't learn any team building. And then at Gwaine, they don't learn any team building because they just get carried by one of the many archers these days that can solo him, right? And so they're not learning anything, right? It's nothing. It's just, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing, and this unit murdered it. Oh great, right? That's not what you want, right? You need to have a smooth curve leading up to Gwaine that actually teaches people stuff. You make sure you're giving out the loot that they need, right? You're giving out the automatic rewards for beating stages to make sure that you can ascend units and level units. And you give out, way more XP. Now, don't give out a bunch of XP early on, right? You can go a little slow with it if you're not planning on people being high level for Oceanus or whatever. But by the time they get, when you're doing, what's before Cam? America should be, injecting XP directly into your veins, right? This shit should be criminal, right? There should just be so much XP being thrown at you in America, and, all of the statues, the silver and gold statues everywhere, they should be throwing gems at you like crazy. America should just be letting you level up whatever the fuck you want, so when you get to Gwaine, you're going to have what you need, right? And probably some excess where you're like, oh shit, I should have leveled this thing. You can go level that thing, right? That's what they need to do, right? And then on the way, they need to be showing you, hey, look, taunts are good. Units like MASH are really good. Because who the fuck realizes MASH is good when they're playing the... Who has ever watched a new streamer or someone posting on Twitter or whatever the fuck that's new to FGO that think MASH is good? Everyone think MASH sucks because she does no fucking damage. You never need to have like slow defensive stuff because you're fighting ghosts with 9k health, right? No one fucking levels MASH, but when you get to Gwen, MASH is godly. She's so good in that fight, right? And like for a lot of the boss fights moving forward, she's godly. So the game needs to show you that. The game needs to give you. This is really important. This is like a lot of like game devs that know what the fuck they're talking about will talk about this when they're trying to teach people shit. If you want people to use a mechanic in your game, it needs to fucking matter. Like look at Sekiro. Sekiro's got a lot of different mechanics, like the for like the parrying and the countering and just jumping, for God's sakes. And you know what they did? They made a bunch of content right at the start that would beat your fucking ass if you didn't use those mechanics. So then when you got to the really hard shit later, you've known I need to be mastering these goddamn mechanics, right? FGO don't do that. FGO gives you no incentive to ever bring a unit like MASH, to ever bring a unit like David, to ever bring a unit like George. They're just conditioning you to bring like fucking your friends Hercules or God Juna and your Darius and click the red buttons. And then you get to Gwen and that is the like least successful strategy possible, right? That is shit game design, right? They do not prepare you for what is to come, and they do not teach you anything, and then they just suddenly expect you to know how to do these things, right? Just all of a sudden you're supposed to know how to, you know, deal with Gwen and then Lion King and all. It's stupid. I mean, it's fucking dumb, and it's because they weren't trying to make FGO hard in the early days. They're trying to make it a brainless, you know, slot machine, essentially. And then Nasu played Dark Souls and Bloodborne, and it was like, oh, this game needs to have hard content in it. Which he's correct about, but you can't just sloppily implement that in Camelot and On and expect that to work out. Because a lot of people now are like, well, if they don't know what they're doing, they can use blue cubes, etc., and they can use friend support to get carried. That's bad, because that's not fun. That's what FGO is like really, I think, misunderstanding, and a lot of games do this. I've seen a lot of games make these mistakes, where they focus on like rushing new players through the old content, right? That doesn't work. Your only goal for new players should be having fun. You actually want to like use your old content, right? It's free real estate. Like so many video games, like I've seen MMOs do this, Vindictus did this, FGO is doing this, a lot of games do this, where they are like ashamed of their early game and they just want to rush people through it. Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. Make your early game good, so it's just sitting there and you don't have to do anything, right? Once you get it set up nice, because here's the thing, they don't have to like make new character models and all that kind of shit. You just adjust numbers to make interesting content and cut out filler stages and that kind of thing, right? That's not too tough, right? And then once you got a good early game experience and the early game is fun, you don't need to rush people to early game. People are just gonna pick up the game like, oh hey, this is a good time, right? Like if you play a game like Ninja Gaiden Black or, you know, Bayonetta or whatever, you don't want them to pick up the game and the first few stages suck balls and then the game is trying to like push you to skip it and get to the actual good stuff. That's suicide, right? Everyone is just gonna be like, wow, this sucks, and just quit, right? So what you want to do is people pick up the game like, hey, wow, that was fun, right? You want that immediately, right? So that's like the whole thing FGO needs to do, is they need to like look at the early game and be like, okay, what can we do to make the game fun? Because you're not going to monetize people unless they're enjoying the game, because like they're too greedy right now and they're looking at short-term quarterly gains and they're like, well, whenever they've done like minor stuff to make the new player experience better, that doesn't translate to them making more money that month, right? But of course not. Like new players is an investment, you know, it's how you keep your game healthy in the long run, right? And so it's worth it in the long run. Just because it won't show up on your short-term quarterly gains doesn't mean it's not actually worth it. And so yeah, they need to invest in that, and their only goal needs to be make the game more fun, right? And I think that would be just so good for FGO. Because I'm telling you, they can win people over real quick. People love their anime titties. People love, you know, the story stuff, and people like Fate a lot. So it is so easy for them to win people over in this game. They just need to make sure the gameplay is fun. And it's not like, I'm telling you, obviously some people are not going to dig turn-based stuff, but I think FGO does a lot to make it like better, because like the animations are really cool and it's fairly snappy and stuff. So like, and the core combat's fine, right? The chains, the skills, the NPs, managing the meter, when to like focus on star gen or NP gain or a hybrid and all that, and to use this unit or that unit. That's all pretty fun and interesting. It really is, right? They've got good core gameplay. They don't need to worry about that, really. They just need to make the what you interface with better. That's the whole thing. What you interface with the enemies needs to be better. Yeah, when the challenge level is good in FGO, it is a stupidly fun game, right? I fucking love it, man, when I get to use different teams, different units, you know, but I need to think, and you can like, hey, this unit will really make, you know, this kind of, you know, unit a lot better and stuff. And obviously, you have to ramp up slow, because you can't, like, snap your fingers and expect the player to have, like, a lot of variety. You know, they're not going to have anti-debuff and stall and burst and survivability. You know, it's going to take them a while to build up that roster, but you can make pretty interesting content from the get-go. And hell, look at the advanced quests, right? Because the Bazette account, the whole thing I decided to do with that was I was gonna, every time I beat a singularity, I was gonna do the advanced quest for that singularity, and my units would be the recommended level. I would not over level anything, and it's actually been pretty damn fun, right? Like like even the skeletons from Fuyuki were actually pretty damn fun. And if you look at like how you can approach that, you can actually teach the players stuff. Right? Like, very much so. If they're not over-leveling those stages, you can actually teach them stuff. And you can design those bosses to teach them when you want taunt, when you want burst, when you want things like David, you know, all that, when you want all that stuff. You can teach that pretty clearly. So instead of doing it in advanced quests, though, put it in the main story, right? Have main story stages that are designed that way, right? And, you know, space it out and scale it correctly, but I think that's absolutely the way to go. And by all means, have a challenge tower like the advanced quests that like also can be an extra tutorial and give people extra rewards and stuff, which is kind of what they are. That's fine too, but yeah, the main story just needs to be better. And what sucks is, man, if they made the main story better and it was like a smooth experience and you were getting like the mats you needed and XP you needed as you went, and the bosses were actually interesting, and they made story replay, like, fuck, man, FGO would be so good, man. That'd be great, right? Because then you can just, you know, play it like a normal video game, right? Which is what you can do with Arknights, by the way. Yeah, right now the advanced quests are weak, so they don't instant. People should be like drooling to do the advanced quests if they're not going to be part of the main story. Now, I think a good idea is to make them part of the main story instead, or something of their difficulty or of their, you know, tier in the main story. But anyway, yeah, the way to do it is make the rewards really good. Because right now the rewards, no one's going to beat Fuyuki and be like, oh my god, I want to do the Fuyuki for, advanced quest right now. Because it's only interesting if you do it right there, right? If you do it after Fuyuki, it's not interesting anymore, right? It's going to be way too fucking easy. But like right after Fuyuki, you're absolutely strong enough to beat the skeleton advanced quest. You absolutely are. You might need to think a little bit and maybe level a unit or something like that, but that's good. That's what you want, right? But like when you watch all the people getting to FGO, most of them don't even do the advanced quests. They're just brainlessly god juning, you know, through the early stuff, and by the time they do the advanced quests, they're way too strong for them, and they're not interesting anymore. All right, we need a caster because this is a rider node, but it needs to be a decent one. Plot monk would be interesting. I could use one of my own. Let's see here. I do have plot monk, although mine is absolutely not maxed out, but we'll see if she can do it at 10.55. That's a skill spread there. I really should be bringing Hercules, though, because these stages give bond, but we'll get him there eventually. Who is your favorite boss in FGO gameplay-wise? That is so hard because there's so many challenge quests that actually are good. For the main story, though, it's probably Zeus, but I mean, there's a lot of good ones. Let me think. And for challenge quests, man, I don't know. There's been a lot of good challenge quests. Like there's been a bunch, like the Romulus, Nerofest or Gilfest. You know, that was really good. There's been a lot of Nerofest, Teslafest. You know, all that stuff that have been really good. The challenge quests in this event was really good. I like that one a lot. I'm not sure though. You know, it's just so many. People ask me this a lot though. I need to go through I need to go back and look at all like my videos and stuff and try to pick out some of the actual best ones. The Da Vinci Nerofest challenge quest was good actually. For the main story though, I guess we'll just do that. So purely gameplay wise, let's see. Let's see. I mean Zeus is definitely up there. Fluffy was really rewarding, but he's not quite balanced right. It's good, I guess. All the stuff in Lostbelt 3 is pretty good. Demeter's good. Yeah, Demeter's good. Now, it's a little easy to strong armor, but even if you can stick to budget, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, Demeter is definitely up there, actually. I wish, dude, what I want, like, I would love of them, I would love if they made a hard mode Demeter, that she only had like an extra, you know, 200k per health bar, right? That's all she really needs to be like way better, and then maybe like one extra gimmick. That'd have been awesome. But obviously, if they had made her one of the bosses for hard mode, they would have given her like, you know, plus 4 million HP, and it's just okay. Well, now I have to stall, right? And like that sucks. But yeah, I would love if Demeter was just a little. Her mechanics are great. She just needs a little bit more health, right? Because it's a little easy to just blow her up before you even know what's happening, which kind of sucks. But all right, let's see. The 80k one is the biggest threat, but I could also just keep that one in the question mark form. Now, I think we'll ping that one off and try to just kill it real quick here. I'm probably gonna make a 3-star tier list fairly soon. The thing is, they've been adding some 3-stars, so I'm kind of wary. I kind of want to see, like, you know, what's gonna happen with Lostbelt 7 and stuff. But I'll definitely make it soon. Really, I probably should have made it, like, this week, because this week has just been the deadest thing of all time, and it's just... But I was so unmotivated to play FGO and whatnot, so I want to do it when I'm in the right headspace, and I'm going to do a good job and all that. But it'll happen. I don't think I'm going to make an updated 4-star tier list, so I might make a picture. I might, like, what I might do is just, like, make a community post on YouTube, make a picture, and then maybe some of the key units put my thoughts. But it's just way too much time and work to do a full one. Now, obviously, I could do a much briefer video, but that's not my kind of style, so I don't really want to do that. But I will make a full-on 3-star one, or 1 to 3-star one, because there's been a lot of adjustments for the 1 to 2 stars. Okay, I think I want to do this, and then do that. Yeah, no, I have been doing a lot of Arc Knights these days. It's a good game, though! It's just the cast is not nearly as good as FGO's. But, I mean, FGO's got a lot of good shit, too. I mean, like, for real, FGO's boss fights, when they are done right, are really, really good. Yeah, I doubt Kyo will change too much. She might change, like, a bit just because the relative content has changed, right? So what kind of unit she is, the value. So if anything, she might go down a bit. We'll see, though. I've already been doing some testing and stuff, but that's, you know, the real part that takes a lot of time is just gonna be the production and all that kind of stuff, so we'll see. Because I know the 1 to 3 stars really well, so I don't have to test them as much as I do for, like, 4 and 5 stars. But, I have been doing some testing, though, because especially with, like, Jufu and stuff, there's a lot to figure out there. I think I'd make people actually mad if I debated them with a 4-star update. Astergilius is still pretty useless. He's like good enough that if you like him, you can make him work to an extent, but he's completely useless. And I've tested that a lot. He's completely useless. And like anyone that's acting like that's not the case is on pure copium. Hey, Sharquado! I just said your name right. What is wrong with me? No, no, I didn't. No, your name is Shirley. No, it's just Shirley. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so the thing about like Castergilius is like he's good enough now that you can kind of make him work. It's, you know, just for like whatever, but like Babbage is so much better. Casterku is so much better, and if you need the more defensive stuff, there's just way better options all the time. It is just copium. People acting like he's good now. He's not good now. He's just like almost passable, kind of. Like maybe if grailed, right? But like a 70 Gilius is, you're never going to use that for anything. Like that's just, that is absolute nonsense. Okay, so I'm not sure we're going to win this. Also, I definitely should have brought Should have done that last turn, and I should have brought default. Like, if you're gonna use a foreigner, it's gonna be a high star, and then you're gonna have a better option than Gilius. Like, it just is what it is. And like, no one is gonna actually level Gilius so they can support their friend support foreigner. That's just not a thing. That is not worth it in the slightest. Now, if you like Gilius, sure, but let's be honest, most people don't like him that much, so. But no, there needs to be a new 1 to 3 star tier list because a few of them have been added. Two have been added. Well, for actually the ones we got Mari, so there's been like 3 or 4 units added since the last list, and then quite a few of them have been buffed, and the game has changed here and there and stuff. So there absolutely is a reason to do it. Yeah, this is so pointless though. Like, I'm not gonna get my cooldowns back, so there was no default would be better. I think she could win with default. It might be close, but. The thing is, like, name me a challenge quest where, like, Voyager Gilius would actually be good opposed to something else. And you might say, well, what about farming? There's no world where you need Voyager and Gilius for farming, right? You have so many better options that are way more universal. There's no point, right? Like, between Qingong, Rosh, just summoning your friends, you know, battery units, and Castoria, and Veach, and there's no world where you're farming with Voyager Gilius, like, actually seriously. And then for challenge quests, there always is a better option than that, right? It is just copium, like, acting like Gilius is worth anything. Like, the whole foreigner thing is completely irrelevant outside of just having fun with it, and that's fine. Wow, we actually won. How about that? Who needs a Mystic Code? But anyway, like, if you just like having fun with Gilius, that's totally fine. But that doesn't make him a good unit, right? At all. Now, his base value has gone up, though, right? Like, between the 2 buffs, absolutely his base value has gone up. But it's not even close. The Babbage, Caster Coup, etc., right? It's not even in the ballpark. But he will go up on the tier list. Like, it's undeniable that he's better. Even with the content getting harder, he is still, like, definitely better than he was. Like, no question. However, his competition, in some cases, has gotten better too, so. He'll probably not be the same tier as Jekyll and Hyde, who will not go up at all, because although he got buffed, his buff actually makes no difference. And I really mean this. His buff is a debate. More times than not, if you use his buff, like you use the battery instead of the crit skill in Hyde form, you're actually making a mistake, right? So if you use the buff, you more times than not are weaker, right? So you're better off not casting it, generally speaking, which is really fucking stupid. Unless you can, like, use the buff, wait, and this sometimes will work, but not always, but you use the buff, wait, and then, like, go really low on health, then transform, get max value out of his thing, and then the skill has come back, and then now you can use the crit skill. But he's not gonna go down. He's not gonna go down on the list. Well, in a way, he could go down because the content's gotten harder, right? He's not gotten any worse because you could just ignore the buff and not use it that way and only use the battery in the rare instance that it is useful and just use it like the crit buff like normal, and nothing's changed, right? But the thing is, if Jekyll and Hyde haven't changed, they have gotten worse because the game has gotten harder, and these still are absolute shit. So, yeah, they're terrible. I mean, they are probably the worst unit in the game right now. It is hard to be that bad. Okay, so we're still not allowed to do this. I'm a little worried they're gonna make you do all the other ones before it, but it might just be they're making you, because in the original event you could do this without Frankenstein, and then it was really hard to beat it. They might be making you wait until you have Frankenstein. It's either that or until you have a certain amount of points. I might just blow some of these up because they're really just not that interesting. So I'll blow some of these up so we can get to the good stuff here. And we can get Hercules some bond. Now, I should really change these CEs around, but I'm not going to because I'm just going to do the event later, so fuck it. Yeah, what really worries me about the Jekyll and Hyde buff is it just shows the devs are really bad at understanding what the units even need and what they're about. Like they clearly misunderstood Jekyll and Hyde and how he like plays, and they were just like, oh hey, let him transform really easy so he gets into his best state quicker. That logic is so bad because he just doesn't work that way, and especially because this is what it just blows my mind. They put it on like the most important skill for him when he is transformed. But you have to use it before transforming, which means now you can't use it when transformed, right? That is so bad. Like, it's unspeakably bad. But yeah, it really worries me because and I've kind of known this for a long time because I've been playing this game forever. The devs just don't really know what they're doing, right? It's, you know, they're not testing stuff. They're not, and that's one reason I like Arknights, because the devs have said, and it shows, right? They don't just say this and I believe them. There's evidence that this is true. They've said before they release a stage, they make sure their dev team beats it with free-to-play units, right? Now, obviously, they have an advantage because they know they designed the stage, so they know the stage's weaknesses and what you're supposed to do, like burst here, stall here, right? They know that stuff. But that means it's possible with free-to-play units before they release it. And I believe them. When they said that in that interview, I believe them because in my time playing the game, everything has been beatable with 1 to 4 stars. Right? And honestly, as a normal free-to-play player, you're going to have more than 1 to 4 stars. You know, you're going to have, obviously, things like Texas and stuff, because it's like a mission board reward and stuff like that. And you're going to pull some random high-rarity stuff. So I believe them. It's like, yes, the game is absolutely always beatable as a free-to-play in Arknights. And by the time you get to Chapter 10, you're going to have rolled enough to have good stuff, and you're good to go. It's no problem. It's a very smooth experience, right? FGO doesn't fucking do that, and if they said they do that, I don't believe them. Like, they never said that, by the way, but like, if they came out in an interview and said, oh yeah, we totally beat all the stages with free-to-play units, I'd be like, you either have the most warped definition of free-to-play, or you're lying, because like, that's just bullshit. But yeah, they don't know what their own units need half the time, because I don't think they play their own game actively. I really don't. I think maybe a few people on hand do, but I'm sure some people on the staff know what they're talking about, but the company as a whole, I do not think has any fucking idea what they're doing when it comes to gameplay. Yeah, I'd be interested to see, like, when they do test stages, and like, what do they consider free-to-play and that kind of thing. Now, obviously, technically, like I always say, free-to-play is if you got it and you didn't spend any money, right? And you obviously can get 5 and 6 stars, but the thing is like, you can't reliably get it. Bob might get Mudrock as a free-to-play, but Timmy won't, right? So it's not a good barometer for like how you balance the stage, because yes, you can of course get high rarity stuff as a free-to-play player, but it's not going to be consistent which player gets what, right? So you can't balance around, like you can't assume they're going to have Mudrock, because a lot of them won't, even if some of them did get a free-to-play, right? Where like the low stars, you can, you know, reliably guarantee that they're going to have it very easily. So that's kind of the fair, because there's a distinction between what is free-to-play and then what is reasonable, what you're expecting out of free-to-play player. There really is, because you can be free-to-play and be a meta slave, right? So you can boot up Arknights day one, or not even day one, like now, you're late to the party, you've missed a bunch of stuff, right? You show up, you start saving your rolls, you roll on units that you think are going to be really meta and helpful, you're min-maxing your recruitment stuff, right? And pretty quickly you can get a pretty strong roster. Like, no joke, you as a complete free-to-play, you absolutely can. But because you're meta slaving, though, you're targeting units that, you know, are very, very good, are going to be very high impact, and then what you can accomplish now as a free-to-play is really high and relatively quickly, where you might have someone else that's really casual, they just roll randomly, or they roll on something they like, not so much because of gameplay, they're not maybe being meta with their recruitments and things like that. And so their account is going to be much, much weaker, right? And especially for a longer period of time. So, you know, how you balance it as a dev or as a guide maker or whatever is kind of difficult, right? You kind of have to assume they're not getting the really like maybe they get some of their friends Mudrock, but they're not going to have their own Mudrock and things like that. That's kind of, I think, the way you have to do it. That's what I'm curious about. That's what I really want to know, though, from the Arknights devs, is do they consider the friend support, like, is that part of their decision making, right, when they make a stage? Is like, okay, well, they can, you know, summon a friend support, so they can bring something like Thorns, Chin Alter, Mudrock, Genosis, Passenger, you know, etc. You guys know the ones. Surtur, you know, are they assuming that players are going to be doing that, or are they testing it where they're not using a single one of those units? And from what they said, I think they're testing it without using a single one of the super OP units. I think they are, and I believe it because some of the stages are really hard and are pushing it, but you know, every stage I've ever seen is doable with 1 to 4 stars as long as you prepare well enough. Now, a lot of guide makers will do something with a friend support that is a 6-star, but a lot of those guide makers also they intentionally don't prepare their 4 stars very well because people bitch, because people are stupid, right? But because of them not actually like setting up the 4 stars properly and like leveling them up and all that shit, I think what the devs do is they don't use a single 6-star, but they use low stars and they actually prepare them well. I suspect that's how they balance the stages. And then FGO, I think what FGO does is the how do I put this? They basically look at what like the meta is, and they kind of like balance around that, and it's very beatable with the meta. But like that's I think what they do, which I think is terrible, because you can just tell how they've like I remember when like Scatty became a thing, they started designing content to like be around that and like try to counter that to an extent. Still be very beatable, but be like where you couldn't just easily 3-turn it with double Scatty, right? So I don't really think FGO puts a lot of effort into what the free-to-plays can do. I would love someone to ask Nas do that though. Like, you know, do you try to make... I think what their answer would be is, well, that's what we have command spells for, and that's what we have blue cubes for. And I think that's their answer, but that is so shit. No one is going to feel satisfied and like they beat the stage and stuff if they use command spells and blue cubes. Like, yeah, you can get past it, but I don't think getting past it is enough to actually have fun and feel like that's not... It's actually, I think it's really bad for game design because it's a crutch, right? I think blue cubes and command spells are like a crutch for the devs, and it's shit, right? I actually really respect Arknights because they don't have any system like that. You can't even spend money to brute force the stage. You can't. You have to beat the stage. And if you can't, too bad, right? And I actually really prefer that. Command spells aren't too bad, yeah, especially if you remove the revive, right? Yeah, because honestly, a revive gives you 6 NPs, 6 full heals, right? And also your skills refresh, all the units, like, so it's so much more value than even 6 regular command spells, right? But yeah, the regular command spells I don't mind too much, especially because FGO has a lot more RNG in it than like Arknights does. And so sometimes if you just get bullshit RNG, you might use like 1 command spell to get your NP or whatever to offset the like nonsense that just happened. And you know, that's fine enough, or fair enough, but I kind of would prefer they just didn't put so much fucking RNG in the game in the first place. There's a lot of RNG and FGO doesn't need to be here. Like, it's not inherent to the combat system. Like the low high roll stuff. Like, and you could do stuff like previewing the next hand, or you know, you get a free shuffle every 5 turns in case you get like the I need to get NP gain on this unit right here or I'm screwed, right? So if you had like a deck shuffle you could do every 10 turns or whatever, I think that'd be a really good way of addressing that. Also, I really mean this. This would make the game so much better. I think you should be able to see what the enemies are roughly going to do. I think there should be an indicator on your units and who they're going to attack, right? So you could have like 3 arrows for like their 3 actions, and then an arrow for if they're buffing. Now don't tell the player if they're going to crit, not crit. Don't tell them if they're going to what buff they're going to use. Don't tell them if it's a buster or a quick. Don't do any of that. But I think telling the player like this character of yours is going to be attacked twice. And like so okay, I'll when I get the turns over, I'll show what I'm talking about here. Also, fuck you, game. Okay, I think we're screwed because I'm not going to be able to like ever use my units here. Okay, so right here there should be like a little indicator. Like you put it like right here over their skills or down below, you know, or like you could do a highlight color or whatever. But you have an indicator that they're attacking Scatty twice, and then like this one is buffing, right? So now I know. Let's say Edmund was Billy the Kid. Don't use Billy the Kid's evade because he's not being attacked right now. It's completely pointless, right? So don't do it. Because you shouldn't have to roll the dice on if that's good or not, right? So you should know this one's buffing and the other 2 are attacking Scatty twice, right? So if it's really important that Scatty doesn't die, maybe use taunt. Maybe you use the evade on Scatty, so because she's the one getting attacked, and so you know it's good value there, right? Shit like that. I think it's way better. I don't think there's any problem with that. Like, tell me if I'm crazy, but I don't think there is any fucking problem with that. I don't think that hurts the game in any way. I think it allows you to plan a lot better and manage your resources a lot better and get a lot more guaranteed value out of things. And that's good. And let's see, some other stuff you could do. I do think like getting at least one deck shuffle per game would be good. So if you could just get that bullshit hand on a really important time, you get a mulligan. And then, so magic resist, I do think is a terrible mechanic. I don't think bosses should ever have it. It should never have been a thing to begin with, but it's part of the game for your units, and it is what it is. Bosses should never have magic resist. Now, some bosses can be designed around they are difficult to debuff, and that's fine. But that needs to be a handcrafted thing, right? And then it should probably be like 50% or higher at that point, where it's like you can debuff, but it's not going to be reliable, right? So that's fine. Some bosses can be an anti-debuff fight, and that is totally fine. But just generically, bosses having, you know, a 15, 20% chance to randomly screw over debuffs is just fucking stupid. Because seriously, and this is why it's so frustrating for free-to-play right now. Because free-to-play is really having to push it on value. Now, when you're overkill, right, in FGO, let me just reset this stage because we're fucked. But when you're in an overkill situation in FGO, where you've got like way more damage than you need, you know, way more battery than you need, you can win really quick, right? A lot of the RNG doesn't matter anymore, right? So like if you low high roll doesn't matter because you're doing so much damage, who cares, right? You're winning with your NP, so you don't need to get a lucky crit. You don't need the deck to shuffle in a good way, right? None of that stuff matters. And you have enough hard survival that no matter what the enemies do, because you're gonna win quick, that hard survival will make sure the key units don't get buster crit and stuff, so you're fine, right? So when you're not being pushed on value, there's not a lot of RNG anymore, right? But when you're being really pushed on value and you barely have what you need to win, the RNG matters a lot, right? Like if you barely can beat the stage, if some shitty RNG happens and makes you lose like 2 turns of value, you're gonna lose now, right? And there's so many things that can happen, right? They can magic resist a key debuff or multiple key debuffs. That can be a huge problem. They can just buster crit the wrong unit at the wrong time, right? Especially with low stars, you have less HP, that's a real problem. You can low roll a key NP, and I've seen this time and time again when I'm doing shit. You low roll an NP and you don't break a health bar that you have to break for the setup to work, right? Or you just don't get the art cards when you need them, or you just don't crit when you need to crit. There's just so many variables, and this is why I'm really pissed now. I've really not been enjoying the boss fights in FGO frequently now, because the budget stuff is so pushed on value. You are barely able to beat these stages, and you're basically having to roll the lottery where they don't magic resist you, you don't low roll all the time, the deck doesn't shuffle like ass, they don't buster crit you at a terrible time, right? And you need like 15 turns to win and shit, and so you're just rolling it sucks. I fucking hate it, dude. And it's just so doesn't need to be that way. If we either have more value or you know, you add mechanics to, you don't give the bosses magic resist. You know, you give an indicator for what the enemy is going to do, right? And like, do we really need the low high roll system on NPs? Like, why is that a thing? I don't get why we need that, right? Like, if the RNG is going to be crits and deck shuffles, that's enough. We don't need any more than that. Okay, so here, I'll make a budget team here. Let's have a little bit of fun with this. This is not like a very replayable stage, but let's do something. I need a low star that I can summon. Hans, that'll work. Glyphius would be really good, but I can't really expect that. Alrighty. Could be a Hector moment. We're gonna keep it budget. Maybe Romulus. Yeah, probably Romulus. So he be 555. He gets his NP really quick. But Hector will hit harder by a lot. We'll maybe go Hector then. We could go both, actually. Maybe put him in the back in case of emergency. Yeah, I've never leveled up Romulus's skills because he's never really been needed for a lot of like budgety stuff. A lot of times I will level a unit's skills for a video. So chat, for my Elden Ring fans, I'm gonna have to disappoint you all. I'm probably not gonna be able to play Elden Ring today because I am so fucking tired because I woke up too early. I don't even know why I woke up early. It was funny, when I woke up, I was like, oh shit, did I just oversleep? And no, I didn't. So, but yeah, probably Elden Ring tomorrow. I demand a refund on my sub. Have you ever played Elden Ring? I think you did. Didn't you stream it? Am I crazy? Yeah, I think you did stream it. Am I delusional? Am I conflating you with somebody else? Yes, sir, I did. Yeah, I was pretty sure you did. That sounded right. Yeah, I do enjoy the PvP since the last patch, because they really fixed it up a good bit. Alright, that's huge. He's gonna be a massive help here. Getting scammed, yeah. For Quado, not to start any drama, but I heard that you had drama a while ago that I had completely missed out on because I don't keep track of the FGO community at all. And that was very weird. I don't want to go into it on stream too much because I don't want to start some shit, but I was actually confused as to why that happened, because like you were the least offensive person I know, really, right? And you're not like that fake nice, right? Because some people are like forcing to never show any negative emotion, right? You don't do that, right? You're, you know, pretty level-headed and all that. So I was really confused by all that. Many of us are still confused. Yeah, I imagine. I think what happened there was I'm not gonna say names because I don't want anybody to, you know, get thrown under the bus, but I think somebody believed somebody in like their social circle that they should not have believed, right? And I think a lot of people have gone through this, right? I've seen this a lot of times in my life, where someone has a friend that they trust that maybe they shouldn't trust as much as they do, and they don't know that, they're not really aware of that, and that person, you know, says something or assumes something of someone else and they believe them, and then they jump to some conclusions, and you know, it's just dumb, right? Because yeah, I think that's what happened there. But yeah, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, and you know, I generally try not to start any beef with anybody. But when people punch at me, I do punch back, but no one's punched at me in a good while, so probably because I'm irrelevant now. I'm just saying. FGO, what? Let's see. What do I want to do here? I want him to NP as fast as possible. I like how all my other accounts have Asclepius' passive. Oh no, I did get his passive. I don't know when I got that. That must have been recent. Okay, that's good, because now you don't even need K-scope. That's great. I generally only trust people that I know very well. Now, I don't necessarily, like, distrust, you know, everyone else, but, like, to, like, really trust someone's, you know, judgment or whatnot, I have to really know them well, and not only know them well, but then have seen that they have good judgment, right? Because there's some people I know really well, and I might enjoy their company, but I don't fucking trust their judgment at all, right? Because, yeah, it's really easy for someone to be, you know, friendly and nice and have good intentions, but to be a terrible judge of things, right? So you don't want to trust those people's judgment necessarily, so. It's probably best you don't have any idea. I don't, like I said, I don't want to start any shit, and I don't, because the other guy involved is also always seemed like a nice guy to me, and I've never had any problems, always seemed pretty, you know, level-headed and chill, so I don't want to throw them under the bus or anything. But yeah, I think they just believed someone they shouldn't have believed, and there was some drama, and it's I think over now, so. I don't even always trust myself because I'm aware of human error, right? Obviously, you know, I guess I trust myself more than other people, but I'm also aware that, you know, you can be deceived, you can forget things, your memory can be conflated, right? So I always try to leave room for mistakes. Okay, now we need to win pretty quick. We might end up not using Hans, actually, we'll see. Maybe the Switch Mystic Code will be good. It depends on how tanky these are, because they got that damage resist. Alright, we will go with Ox King. That's not exactly budget, because although it is a freely obtained CE that has not been available for a really long time, but And there's no other. The Ox King, there's like no equivalent to, but it's also not nearly as impactful as like Poster Girl or something, so I don't mind it too much. Because that's like the real death sentence for me for a CE is if it's limited gacha or it's a freebie but really old and there's no equivalent to it. Like Golden Sumo's fine because as good as it is, there's a billion alternatives to it that make almost no difference, right? But like there are some that don't have equivalents, right? Like that what was it? The what's her name? Nightingale. Then there's a Nightingale craft essence that was free, but it gives you like a 20% defense up for 3 turns on death. There is just absolutely no equivalent to that, right? And because it hasn't been available in a really long time, it's just, I'm not going to use that. But something like Golden Sumo or whatever, it's like there's just aerial drive and everything else. It doesn't matter at all. But yeah, you got like, you know, Golden Sumo, not Golden Sumo, Poster Girl, where not only is it a limited time and gacha, there's just nothing else that can take its place. So that's a big no. Where like the 20% battery on death, you can use what do you call it? Battle of Kimlan, right? Yeah, that might add a little bit more RNG to the attempt, but it still will probably work, right? That 5% is unlikely to make or break. Now it could in some circumstances, but this is why they need a better main interlude system though, where they just let you get the craft essence from past events. That would help a lot. The free defense ignore one is fine in my opinion because there's an unlimited gacha armor ignore. So, and that's fine, I think. And there's also armor ignore command codes and stuff, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I really mean this because I've been playing the game for so long and I've made account after account after account. I don't think a vanilla K-scope is some big, like, pay-to-win thing. It's not. Now, sure, you shouldn't be expected to have this in Oceanus. Maybe not even Camelot, right? Maybe not Babylonia. But, you know, you get to Lostbelt 6, it's not... People acting like these things are rare are just full of shit. Now, a limit broken K-scope, okay, now that's getting pretty rare, okay? Like, sure, right? But just having, like, a Caneth album, having one copy of it, that's not rare. That's not rare at all. Having Origin Bullet, that's not rare at all, right? And thankfully the limit broken version is barely any stronger, so that one doesn't matter too much. And yeah, so like as you get to like Lostbelt 6 and on, you've been playing the game for a while, I think it's pretty reasonable to expect people are going to have a healthy roster of this stuff. Now I try to go easy on these things when I can, and I never use them limit broken, but yeah, I don't think it's reasonable to act like people are in Lostbelt 6 with 3-star craft essences. That's just fucking stupid. I mean, that's dumb. Like that's not, no one actually plays the game that way. That's not practical. Like almost everybody, by the time they get to Lostbelt 6, has a pretty healthy dose of the 5-star CE. Certainly not limit broken, but they generally have one copy. Yeah, actually, I will say that is a legitimate thing. People that never roll story do get this stuff less because it's a consequence that people don't even think about. I don't ever see I never see people talking about this shit. Right, people always tell you don't roll story, don't roll story, don't roll story, you know, wait for a rate up of someone you care about or want or a meta unit. But the thing is, there are some real drawbacks to doing that. Because first off, you're gonna have a harder time getting the story locked servants, the 3-star ones, never mind the 4-star ones. Now sure, you can still get those through when they are rated up themselves, or class banners, and Valentine's Day, White Day, right? There's ways to do it, but it'll take longer. So you'll miss out on some of those. And then if you're waiting for banners, there is normally craft essences rated up in the banner. And I mean this, I've been playing this game for a long fucking time. Most limited rated up gacha CEs are not very good. They're okay. They're usable, but there are rarely anything worth a damn, right? Like generally the free CEs like Golden Sumo, Aerial Drive, etc., are way better. And then the unlimited ones you can get anytime are way fucking better, right? And so I mean this. I think if you're getting into FGO, especially if you're a free-to-play, or just a fish or a baby dolphin or something, you should roll story at certain points. I always say when you're getting near Lostbelt 4, stop rolling. Start saving your summon tickets, save some SQ, take a chunk, beat Lostbelt 4, roll story a chunk, get Asclepius, and while you're at it, you're going to get better odds of getting K-Scope, 20, 30, that kind of stuff. And just do that from time to time to grab maybe, you know, Bedivere, Asclepius and stuff, and you're going to get some nice stuff along the way. Now, sure, you can get K-Scope any fucking time, and you will. You're going to get random spooks. Like, nobody hasn't gotten random 5-star CE spooks, right? You get them plenty. But you're going to get them way more in Story Summon. So I mean it. I think it's good advice to, at key moments in your account's life, to roll the main story. Don't roll too much, don't be an idiot about it, but, and there's also a time to stop, right? Like on my main account, there was not a lot of reason for me to roll main story aside from trying to get maybe coins from like my favorite characters or whatever that might be story locked. But I've already got all of the unlimited craft essences, and most of them, I think all of them limit broken at this point, right? I've already got all the story locked 3 stars, right? There's no reason for me to do it now, right? And so it'd be a waste of SQ to do it now, and now I should be saving up for banners, right? But early on in an account, and like after Lostbelt 4, after maybe Camelot, my advice really is try to hold off until Lostbelt 4, right? Like as great as Bedivere is, you get 1 copy for beating Camelot, and you can get Bedivere while you're going for Asclepius. So I recommend, you know, maybe when you start an account, you roll a story a couple of times just to get the account going, right? Or roll a banner that happens to be up at the time, whatever you want to do, right? And then save, right? Save a good bit for a good while, unless our character you really, really care about is rated up. Then beat Lostbelt 4, then use a lot of that SQ you just saved up, and get your Bedivere, get your Asclepius. You'll get a lot of craft essences while you're at it, and then you can start saving up for, you know, your waifu or whatever the fuck you want. I think that's really, really good advice. It's a pretty smooth curve, and it will just set your account up much, much better, and you'll have some like really key helpful units like Asclepius. You'll get a lot of good craft essences and stuff, and you don't have to spend a penny. So, you know, I really should make a guide, a Green's Guide to Fun in FGO, and kind of explain like my mindset, and then I think a good mindset for a lot of like, I'm a weird guy, right? So like, you can find a middle ground, but I should make a video for like, what's a good way to get into the game, what's some good priorities, you know, and like, because like, you can give people options too. It's not like do X or and that's it. You can be like, okay, so you beat Fuyuki, right? You can, you know, roll story here, or roll a rate up if you care about it, or you can just keep saving, right? You can give people like the X and Y path based on like what their own criteria is, what their own mindset is. That's not a bad idea, actually. I'm actually gonna write that down. I think that's a really good idea. I think I'll do that. Probably do that, and obviously the 3-star, 1 to 3-star tier list update. Because I think a lot of the newbie guides out there aren't actually very helpful for people actually enjoying the damn game. I think they tell people be meta, and people get pressured into that. People, and for some people, you're going to enjoy being meta, right? And that's fine. But I think a lot of people get pressured into it, and they feel like that's what they're supposed to do. They don't like it, they get bored, and they quit the game, right? So, yeah, I'll make like a new player's guide to actually having fun, and like telling people, you know, game gets good in Camelot, and that kind of thing. I'll have to like structure it and script it. It's actually going to be a decent amount of work, but yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Because you can mention in the video, right, that it is okay to be meta if you want to, right? But you definitely don't have to, and it's not, you are not going to screw yourself and get like stuck in Camelot forever because you weren't being a meta slave. Like that's not going to happen. But yeah, to do something like that, I need to take some time off streaming because that takes a lot of, you know, editing and scripting and stuff is a very tedious process. And I'd want visuals to go along with what I'm saying and that kind of thing, so. Alright, what do I want to put in this last slot? I do the switch Mystic Code, I think that's the way to go, right there. I need another damage. Yeah, the problem with Hans is there's not any damage. Let's go Shakespeare. And that gives me a battery, so that's good. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Alright, go get him. Yeah, these guys like cast stun on your entire team on their turn. And I think they do that every fucking turn. Yeah, it's always been tough though. I love streaming, so it's hard to not stream. But I do love making videos too. It's really hard to keep those things in balance. Now, I could wait up. Now, wait a minute. He only gives you one debuff immunity, and they're gonna triple stun. So actually, maybe I shouldn't have brought Asclepius at all then, and I should have brought a damage dealer. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yep, that was a mistake, because I don't think I'm even going to use his NP then. Well, wait a minute. I could do the NP and stun the other two, and that gives me a turn. But I don't need another turn. Yep, Asclepius is a mistake then. Well, we'll just see how much their damage resist is. I might be like over-preparing anyway, they might not have much. I mean, Edmund Double Scatty didn't kill it, but that is neutral. We can overcharge Shakespeare quite a bit because he's got the CE and then Hector's NP here, so his stun chance will be very high. Okay, we're going. That's a problem. That's a problem. You might want Romulus on the front. Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's what we're gonna need. Yeah, we are about to have a very bad time here. Okay. Hold on. Anybody got a Chen Gong or a Shakespeare? That's probably what we're gonna want them to support. Hey Hex, I could slot it on my ult if I need to though. Okay, there's that, but that's level 1. Oh, Max, always bailing me out. All right, let's see here. So no Asclepius. So he's at 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So you could then... No, you couldn't... Okay, he'll have to NP later, so you have to just let someone die, then he'll show up in NP. And hopefully they're low enough on health, that'll work. Okay. He could probably show up sooner. The dream would actually be 2 people die at once, and then he shows up with another buffer. Or if there's only one enemy left, you could just do Asclepius for the stun resist, but, let's see here. And Buster has so many better options than Quick for budget. Can't find what I want. Like Sakura scope or something. There we go. He probably doesn't need K-scope. Yeah, he's got his battery there, so he doesn't need K-scope. But I don't want to find another one of these. So, all right, let's see how this does. A little bit more damage here. Yeah, I'm actually really... I really want to do that video now. I'm like way more motivated to do that actually than the tier list. It's more of a time thing. That's the issue there. Alright. Good old double Shingong. The double Ox King, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, Shakespeare can't NP like this. We can double stun though if we get lucky. Nope, miss. Feels bad. Alright, go get him. Man, that damage resist is pretty chunky. Like, holy shit. Yeah, they want you to bring the story support because I think the enemies get a big debuff, and I'm not sure they even stun you anymore if you do that. So, Romulus would have to do 40k. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Oh, they don't seem to... Oh, no, they do stun every turn. Motherfucker, dude. Yeah, this is close, but I don't think Romulus can do 40k. We're gonna have to, This is rough, man. Like, if you're gonna keep it all 1 to 3 star and stuff, that's not easy. Could use Darius, but he is grailed. If the stun was targeted, it wouldn't be so bad because you could just taunt, but it's AoE. Alright, Roma, get the attack buff. You son of a bitch. Romulus Y. That was our chance. We did get a rainbow chain though. Fun in FGO is smacking things real hard with Izo's Buster card. I agree. Well, that did not work out. Alright, God, it takes so long to reset in FGO. You have to let them finish their turn, and then loading screens, and... God, if you want to use command codes and stuff, it's even worse. Alright. Where be Max? Okay, I think we might have this now. So he's 30% battery, starts at 20, so he's at 50. Shakespeare could even NP himself. Yeah, I think this is gonna work now. This is a pretty big damage increase. Okay. If they come in together, we're especially good. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see, Romulus has got... If he's got a 50%, he's at 60, 70, 80. Damn it. He'd be at 90 if his skill was maxed. But so he would need a 60% starting NP here. Wait a minute. What about Hector? No, wait, that's not right. Because Romulus has his own battery. I think I need to do that. Yeah, okay. That should be fine, right? So he's 50, 60, 70, 80. Yeah, he's got it. Boy, I'm glad I checked that real quick. That had been such a mistake. Hey, at least they've got capital letters. Was it Eliano, Sam, Sama, Kun, Tan, Chan, San, something like that. Better than some of you lot. You know who you are. Alright. I guess Hector should hit the hardest, because he's got the upgraded NP. Let me see if he lands the attack buff. Nope! And not have nice things. I hope I didn't forget to cast Shingon's Buster up. I am second guessing myself now. Now, if we could actually land this stun... Fuck! How has he never landed that? You're killing me, man! This is why Troy fell! This is why Pence died! God damn it! Right, he gives the attack up, although he gives the defense down, but he hits harder, so we'll do it in that order. He is my fellow boomer. Alright. What are we gonna see here, chap? Maybe we need to work in Shakespeare because he'll give the Buster up to both of them. That might be better. Fuck, I still don't think it's enough. Now, it might be if we fucking stunned that guy and like one of them didn't get stunned, because then you could, you know, do some normal card action. You know, we'll play it out. Look, Troy fell because they didn't know how horses worked. I'm just saying. I have known Hector's head Durandal on the end since the moment, like, I played Oceanus, so, yeah, it's actually kind of obvious, but I figured some people didn't notice. Especially because Hector's not, like, super popular. They're not even doing that much damage. See, now he can't buff. He can't buff Spartacus. Alright, let me switch this around a little bit. I just gotta be careful with the battery. As long as Hector has 10%, it's fine. And I'm pretty sure he does. Max, check. Why do these stun every turn? I mean, it's just what they do. It's just, you know, it's the game. You can prevent them from doing it by bringing the story support, but I'm not doing that because that's casual. Alright, so he's at 80, he's at 90, he's at 100 to the chin, and then, oh yeah, this is better. Now, could I get it where he could NP as well? Not really, no. Get him Ox King then. The chin won't even need anything. Alright. We're slowly min-maxing this. Yeah, you're supposed to bring her. And it makes the fight way easier, but it's winnable without, so... Yeah, if we had his Bond CE, we would just switch the order around, where we put Shakespeare at the front, and then you switch in Shen, so he's still there. Actually, it is better than Ox King because I think it's 20% and Ox King's 15. Ken's bust drop is more for the team than normal on his Bond CE. Actually, double Shakespeare I think is more total damage here because both Shakespeares would be hitting both units. But Shakespeare is a very rare... Yeah, I was pretty sure Chen was 20. But yeah, Ox King's 15. Now Ox King, the good thing about Ox King is it can be there when the unit isn't. But like I said, you could just switch it around. You could just make it, instead of switching Chen for Shakespeare, you're switching... oh no, instead of switching Chen out for Shakespeare, you switch Shakespeare out for Chen. Because you can do the battery in any order. Yeah, that would be 5% better than what we are doing right now. Now, what would really help is if for once we landed the attack bow. Okay, so we've never landed the stun, and we've never landed the attack bow. And you're actually more likely to do both of those things than not. So, thanks, game. Oh shit, we at least got that one. Now, if we could kill this one, we wouldn't even have to deal with the stun here, but that is definitely not going to happen. Yep. Shakespeare still does not have an animation update. They have not done an animation update in like a year, so, you know, kinda sucks. I did those NPs in the wrong order. I could have given him the attack buff from Romulus. Now he has the defense down, but like he doesn't have as many buffs, so it's not as good. They can stun when they're stunned. It's because they do it on your turn, technically. Yeah, I just saw that. Well, yeah, what they're doing is their turn is over, and as your turn starts, that's when they decide to stun. That is so dumb. Okay, I think we are going to need that Qin Gong Bond CE, because that's an extra 5%. And I don't know what we're going to do, because 28k is still a pretty tall order. Don't make me bring Percival, game. Your turn? You mean our turn? Yeah, I could see them saying that there. Yeah, and like, even the year prior, they weren't really doing animation updates. I mean, so far, right now, they're not doing anything. Like, the events are super phoned in. Like, everything is crazy phoned in, so... Maybe there's good stuff working its way down the pipeline because of that. Yeah, Arjuna would be very good here. He could probably solo this stage, actually. Because you can use Atlas and have, like, 10-turn debuff immunity. Fuck, they need to die. Someone else needs to die, so then Spartacus comes in with Chen, so you buff Spartacus. Okay. So we can get the Bond CE, that'll help a little bit. But we need more than that. Yeah, these 3-week events where they just don't do anything, man. Oh god. And it'd be fine if the event was good, right? I'm all for a 3-week event if the event's like, you know, kicking it, but these events are trash, so it's just like filler. Great. Alright. We have a very minor damage increase here. Also, could you please land your attack buff? We need all the help we can get here. Here's the thing. Lostbelt 7 being great. First off, I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be overstated, and it's going to be really unfair to free-to-play, so I'm going to hate it. I'm very confident that's going to happen. But anyway, it's not repeatable. There's no story replay in this game because they hate you, right? So if Lostbelt 7 was just so good, and they had story replay, then great. But, you know, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, so... Alright, what can we do? I guess I could give Chen debuff immunity 3 times. The thing is, the Lancer would have to then die the next fucking turn. Yeah, there's not even an event map, but a lot of event maps are like a lie, and it's still just glorified dailies like we're doing now, so... I don't think Lostbelt 6 was that good. I mean, literally, like, the first time gate, there was no good content. And then there was, like, one good boss. And then it was just filler, 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 filler. Then you had Woodrose, which was good, Morgan, and then Fluffy. That was it. Right? And so you had time gates all over the place, and then you just fought a bunch of slimes over and over again. Like, no one is like, man, FGO's boring. Oh, I can fight slimes a few times a day. Oh, now I'm in. I'm so happy now, right? And sure, like, you know, Morgan was a fine boss fight and stuff, but that alone does not make good content. There was way too much filler in Lostbelt 6. It was fucking painful. Alright, let's see here. That's not a counter argument. Someone can like if someone articulates reasons like why something is a drag and things like that, you can't just say, well, you don't like things that are shit. That doesn't work, right? You need to articulate why it's either not a drag or how somehow filler is a positive, or, you know, that's an actual counter argument, right? You can't, someone can't be like, you know, this building is in decay, look, this brick wall is missing bricks and shit, and you can't come along and be like, well, you just don't appreciate old buildings, right? That's not a counter argument, right? That doesn't mean anything, right? That's just nonsense, right? You have to, like, you know, give a reason why what's there is actually good. Anyway, this is not a 5%, and then maybe the attack up is not enough damage, so we need something else here. Now, we can work in a debuff clear, but that would only be worth it if that unit could NP again, which they potentially can if they get beat on enough, but these guys don't have a very high hit count, so that's kind of iffy. A shame that Spartacus's armor ignore doesn't work on damage resist, but you can't have nice things in this game. Alright, man, what can we do to make this better? So, he is not going to be able to buff Spartacus, so he should just be a unit that can NP on his own. Yep, that's definitely a better thing to do. So, there are a few units that can turn 1 NP pretty easily. Obviously, there's a VC Brawn, but he is Grailed. He's not Grailed a lot, though. Let's see, what else do we got? Gareth could kill, like, single target one of them down. Then there's less stun attempts from them, but I don't know if that's enough. What else do we got here? There is Caster Coup. And he's not Grailed, so that's more fair, but he's also not that hard hitting. So, the VC Brawn, though, is abnormally good because you could give him, like, Black Grail, because they've given him the passive and his starting NP battery skill thingy. He can, like, do Black Grail, Heaven's Feel, whatever the fuck. Here's what we'll do, because he is level 80, and, like, Limit Broken Black Grail is, like, way too much. We will give him, like, Heaven's Feel, because that kind of offsets the levels and that kind of stuff. And, like, who the fuck uses Heaven's Feel? If I wanted to be really fair about this, I'd use a non-limit broken Heaven's Feel, but I'm not sure I have one. Let me check. I have to go way down here. Oh, no, I do. How about that? Now, I should really level it, but I guess to just really offset him being level 80, we're using a level 1 non-limit broken Heaven's Feel. Which is, honestly, at that point, I'm not sure that's even better than, like, aerial drive and that kind of shit, but, we'll do it anyway. Yeah, we're losing most, like, the positives that you could actually get out of a VC Brawn there, but... Oh, well, let's see how... So they both can NP... This might do it. This might do it. And I thought that a few attempts ago, but, Actually, I would, as a complete package, Lostbelt 1 probably is the best. If you, like, take subjectivity out of it, like, with my standards, I would say it's the best. It's not necessarily my favorite subjectively, with my standards, because, like, I really like the Greek setting and Zeus and all that kind of stuff. But, I do think it's the best paced in a lot of ways, and, you know, the story made sense, and... The only beef I have with Lostbelt 1 is it's not quite hard enough. Like, Anastasia's a damn good boss fight, like, absolutely. But it doesn't have, like, a lot of good boss fights along the way, and that's a pretty big negative. Where, like, Lostbelt 5 has good, you know, boss fights constantly. And you're not just sitting there bored out of your mind. So that's a big plus. So if you could take the gameplay of Lostbelt 5 too, and this, like, the pacing of the story and everything... with Lostbelt 1, that would be really good. But, yeah, that could be like New Game Plus, but that's never going to happen. Alright, what are we doing here? So, he needs the battery. Yeah, Ivan's a fine boss fight, like with the Mammoth and all that. And, you know, Lostbelt 1 is supposed to be a bit easier because you get to it a lot quicker, right? Like, the co-op account can do Lostbelt 1 now, right? And that's going to be a whole shit show. So, you know, it doesn't need to be, like, crazy hard. It's just the pacing, right? There's not a lot happens gameplay-wise in Lostbelt 1 until the end. And there's a lot of good stuff, but, you know, that's how a lot of Lostbelts are, and that's bad. You know, that's just stupid. And I don't think any... That's the thing, that's what I'm talking about. People get way too subjective, and then they just ignore things that are objectively bad, that they even agree with. They'll just disagree with on how important it is. Or, like, regardless of how much you care about it, I don't think anybody thinks, like, the format of literally brain-dead gameplay for 80% of the story, and then the last 10-20% is just packed with the stuff that matters. I don't think anybody likes that, right? I think really easily you can see why that's not good. And, like, I'd say, now, you know, nothing's going to be universal, generally speaking, but, you know, I think overwhelmingly people would agree it's better when, like, in Chapter 4 or whatever, hey, here's a boss that actually matters. You know, obviously it's not, like, the hardest thing ever, but it's, like, it's actual content, right? When it's, like, sprinkled out and you're kind of consistently having fun things to do. I think everyone will agree that's a good thing. Now, they'll disagree on how much of a good thing it is, because this is what happens a lot. People will like agree on like a lot of things, like, yeah, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, but, you know, I don't care about it too much. But then there's like this giant laundry list of bad things that it should be really easy to see why a lot of other people are going to be like, yeah, this sucks, right? When they're like, the things are just hitting all these check boxes. And even if it's not something you subjectively super care about, it's like really easy to see why it's bad. You know, where like bad pacing is bad, you know, things just happening with no foreshadowing and shit like that. Characters not behaving consistently. Like, I've seen that, and that's like something you can really show in writing, where like a game or a movie or whatever might have a character, you know, showing that they behave this way or they respond this certain way. And then people are complicated, so there can be exceptions. But there's a lot of hack writers out there, man, that they will have a character change their behavior or whatever to service the plot, to like fix a plot hole or to get the character in trouble when they need to be, or get out of trouble when they need to be. Like, this absolutely happens. There's a lot of fucking hack writers out there. So a side character or whoever will just change the way they act, and maybe in a subtle way that people won't super notice, but like, that's bad. That's bad. It's just better if you can get your plot the way you need it to be without having to do stupid shit like that, right? And yeah, it's not like Fate. Dude, it's actually really funny. Whenever you look at people talking about Fate within like the FGO Reddit or the FGO Discord or whatever, people always just like suck Fate's dick, like it's like objectively so good. And then when you look at people talking about it, like in like the general gacha gaming Reddit or in just other like storytelling Reddits and things like that, it's so different. It's actually hilarious to me. Like, just the other day, I saw like a Reddit that was talking about FGO's story, and it wasn't a Reddit that was like Fate specific at all. And most people were like, yeah, it's, you know, it's okay, but it's, you know, it's nothing special, and they do plot armor and all this other stupid shit, and I'm like, yeah, and that was overwhelmingly the general opinion, right? Everyone was like, yeah, you know, it's an okay story, but, you know, it's nothing to write home about, which is completely true, right? It's like, because the story is, I'm tired of people acting like FGO is like this just godly, like, book that's just like gonna be handed down for the years and is gonna revolutionize. No, it is full of plot armor and inconsistencies and filler and shitty dialogue and rushed moments and just, you know, it's nothing special. It absolutely isn't. If you're on JP, you just go to the rare prism shop and you can buy it for zero rare prisms. Which you might say, why do you have to do that? And I don't have a good answer for you, other than the devs don't know how to make good code. But yeah, literally, it costs 0 rare prisms, and it will always cost 0 rare prisms, and you just go to the rare prism shop and you just buy it for 0 rare prisms. Chat, I don't know if anything else could articulate better, like, how fucking stupid FGO is ran than that, because, like, in the past, they made these cost rare prisms, and then they decided to not do that, but then they still need them all in the rare prism shop, because then, like, well, what if people didn't look in the rare prism shop for the old ones? Then I'm like, just unlock them by default, Einstein. Like, Jesus Christ, it's not that hard. Yeah, a lot of tuna can design there. Now, if you like Fate, you will not necessarily like FGO. That is utter nonsense, and I know so many people that love Fate and fucking hate FGO. It's actually a very common mindset to have. Now, obviously, there's plenty of people that like Fate and like FGO too, but yeah, just liking Fate is definitely not going to make you like FGO, not in the slightest. Because a lot of people are not gonna... First off, FGO's story is not nearly as good as, like, Fate Zero's story, right? Like, no way. And a lot of people are gonna feel that way. A lot of people are gonna feel that way. Like, my brother feels that way. I feel that way. And a lot of people are not gonna like the gameplay, especially because there's no gameplay until Camelot, and they're gonna quit before they even get there. And even if they do get there, they're not necessarily gonna like it that much, right? Like, a lot of people are gonna be bored out of their fucking minds. A lot of people inherently don't like, you know, gacha games and that kind of stuff. There's a million reasons why you might be a Fate fan and not like FGO. And you can find them very easily where people don't like FGO, but they like Fate. Very common. All right. Please land the attack buff. He's literally... that is the... Out of, like, all these different tries we've done and different teams we've done, that is the first time he has ever landed the attack buff. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. And he's more likely to land it than not, by the way, so that just fucking sucks. Alright, get our battery. Let's see. So he has an extra attack buff. He has an upgraded NP. This is what people do a lot, and I've seen this throughout my life for all kinds of like fandoms and TV shows and book series and stuff. Someone will get into a story and they really like it because what maybe the main characters are about or what the setting is, and that's fine. That's a perfectly reasonable reason to get into something or enjoy something. So like someone will get into Harry Potter or whatever, and they just really like the characters and the setting and whatnot. And then they just turn such a blind eye to like all the MacGuffins and inconsistencies and just poor planning, right? And which are objectively bad, right? It's not a subjective thing. Those things are objectively bad because you can have those same characters in the same settings and the same plot points and the same like philosophy and stuff and just plan the story better, right? And what I see a lot is people will lower their standards because I really like a character about a hot waifu or about a tragic heroine or a badass teenage self-insert or whatever the fuck it is, or school about magic or giant robots or whatever, and so they won't accept like the obvious criticism. Like for example, I like mecha a lot, right? So I have a bias in mecha's favor, right? I think mechs are cool, and I can enjoy a good fight scene with mechs and stuff. But for example, right? Gundam Wing, right? There is a lot objectively wrong with Gundam Wing, right? So if someone watches Gundam Wing or is starting to watch Gundam Wing and is like, man, this story is paced really weird, some of the characters are acting inconsistently because they absolutely do, especially in the beginning. There's plot armor everywhere, and by the way, Gundam Wing is probably the worst plot armor in any anime I have ever seen, right? These are incredibly fair criticisms that are correct, right? Gundam Wing is inconsistent with its character writing. Gundam Wing does have atrocious plot armor, right? Gundam Wing does have weird pacing. These are completely valid criticisms, right? And so if I see someone saying those things about Gundam Wing, I'm not going to say, oh, well, you just don't like the writing of the writer. That's nothing. That's a nothing burger. That doesn't mean anything, right? Those are valid criticisms. You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say you are correct. Those are absolutely valid reasons to not like Gundam Wing. That's all I'm going to say. And if we're talking more about it, I might say I happen to like Gundam Wing to an extent because I like giant robots, and there's a few character moments that are really awesome, and so some of it's like, you know, highlight moments are really good, so I can still enjoy it even with a lot of the bullshit. But at no point am I going to I will not defend Gundam Wing's bullshit for 1 second, because it is bullshit. Right? It has shitty plot armor. It has inconsistent character writing. Right? These are just bad. Right? I happen to like Gundam Wing a lot anyway because, you know, I watched it when I was young, so there's like nostalgia, and also I fucking like the mech designs, because like even to this day I think the mech designs are really good, especially on the grunts. Right? And a few character moments, you know, are really good, so I enjoy it. Right? It's not that great of an anime, though. It just isn't. It just subjectively happens to have some things in it that I really like, right? Because I like giant robots. You know, I like some of the characters and what they're about. So, yeah, Leo is the best, by the way. But yeah, so Gundam Wing just subjectively happens to have things in it that I really like. But it's objectively got a hell of a lot of trash in it, right? And I find it obnoxious when people point out like problems in something, and some problems might be subjective, right? Instead of people talking about the subjectivity of those problems or why they don't see those things as problems, or they just say, oh, that's not for you. That is such a wash, right? That means nothing. You're not adding to the conversation. You're not even critiquing their critique. You're not even defending the thing. You're just naysaying what they're saying, right? That is lazy. That is frustrating to the other parties involved. Like, don't bother, right? No one needs to hear, oh, well, you just don't, like that's nothing. That's meaningless. Like, you're not actually adding to the thing here. But yeah, that happens all the time though, where someone will, you know, like I see with what's it called, Heaven's Feel, right? People just really like Sakura and all that story nonsense. And so they just turn a blind eye to a lot of the problems in that story. Not everyone does it. I know plenty of people that are like, oh yeah, I love Heaven's Feel, but yeah, this shit's terrible. Yeah, so many people just won't even accept the criticism. They act like those things aren't actually there. Like they act like the plot armor and the contrivancy and stuff isn't there because they just like the story a lot. And that's what happens when you can't separate your emotions from your logic, right? And which is bad. You should need to always be able to have your emotional mind and your logical mind, and some people are just really bad at that. No, Leo is not in Gundam Evo. That's why I said Leo for Gundam Evo, because it's like saying you want Dante in Smash, right? You see, you know, Dante for Smash, right? Because people want it in, because, yeah, I really do want Leo in Gundam Evo. I want that more than any other mobile suit, actually, but it could happen. They've added some weird stuff, so we'll see. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't need to justify my, like, guilty pleasures in life, right? Like, Gundam Wing has a lot of problems, and I don't need to justify why I like it any more so than just saying, yeah, I like giant robots, I like some of the characters. There's a few fight scenes and, you know, like, build-up moments that I'm like, yeah, this is cool, right? But yeah, it's shit in a lot of areas, abso-fucking-lutely, right? It's like if an anime is really good, but it has, oh, Code Geass, here we go, right? Code Geass is a pretty good anime, it's planned out pretty well, it's got a lot of good character motivations, a lot of cool moments and everything, a lot of obnoxious fan service that has really no business being there, and it's just there because fuck it. And some people are going to find that annoying, and it's going to be a big turnoff, and it's going to make it a lot harder for them to watch it. So if someone is like trying to watch Code Geass and like, man, I don't like all this like random fan service, I'm like, yeah, you know, that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna say, well, you just don't like fan service. Like, there's nothing about Code Geass that's even inherently like about fan service, right? So it's one thing if someone's watching like a fucking hentai and they're like, oh my god, why is there fan service in this? Okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But it's not like a Fate story needs to inherently have bad plot armor in it, right? That, what the fuck, right? That's nothing, right? There's nothing inherent to Fate that needs to have plot armor or bad pacing or filler or forgetting what, you know, Powers did in the past and not respecting it in the current, right? There's nothing about Fate that should have anything to do with any of those kinds of things, right? Just like inconsistent character writing, which Fate has a lot of, right? There's nothing about Fate that should inherently make you accepting of bad character writing, right? So like getting annoyed at like boobs when in like Code Geass, right? That actually makes sense because there's nothing inherent about Code Geass that there needs to be random, you know, boobs on the screen, or tits, I should say, right? Where in like a hentai, obviously it's or an ichi anime or whatever the fuck, then that criticism doesn't make a lot of sense anymore, right? It's like, yeah, don't watch that because that's what it is inherently, right? So yeah, you know, the genre and the point of the story matters a lot. Yeah, well, I think I like Code Geass a lot, but you know, it's a pretty, for the most part, it's a serious anime, and like I've known a lot of people, like my friends and stuff that aren't like super into anime, that have liked Code Geass in spite of it being an anime, right? But then the fan service, they're just rolling their eyes at, and and I don't blame them. I don't, like, it doesn't need to be there. It's, you know, Code Geass isn't about anything that would require a lot of the fan service that's in it. You know, it ends up just being, you know, obnoxious, and it just feels like it's trying to pander to teenagers, and it just makes you like not want to, you know, take it seriously, right? And so yeah, it's a totally valid criticism of Code Geass. Even I like Code Geass loads, right? I think it's really good, but I don't really like the fan service, and even if I did like the fan service, I could still easily see why, you know, someone wouldn't like it, and that's a pretty, you know, valid criticism. Anyway, let's see. So attack, let me see what his attack up is. We gotta really min-max our who to put the Buster up on, because we're really cutting it on damage. Because not only do we have to min-max the attack up versus the upgraded NP, but we gotta look at Romulus's attack up versus Hector's defense down, because I have a feeling Hector's better to go first anyway. And if that's the case, that's slightly slanted in Romulus's favor. Okay, so also we have to look at their attack stats too. There's quite a bit that will affect this. All right, where are they? There they are, Romulus and Hector. Okay. Romulus has a higher attack stat, and his attack up, unfortunately, is affected by skill rank. So it's not as big as it could be. But I think it's at rank 5, so it's 30%. So actually, he should hit harder than Hector, because he does, like, the 30% attack up is fairly comparable, because like roughly Buster NPs, when they get an upgrade, is roughly around 20%. So he's probably a bit ahead of that, and then but then also because he has the higher inherent attack stat, he's definitely ahead. And then if Hector has the bigger defense down, then it's even more so. So Hector's defense down is 20%, Romulus's attack up is 10. Now if you overcharge Romulus, it'd be 15, but yeah, still, yeah, absolutely, then that means we give him, I was messing this up this entire time though, because I was giving Hector the Buster up there, so then we give Romulus the other one. So now we have 5% more because of the Bond CE, and then we've got a little bit more because this is more efficient buff stacking. However, low high roll can throw all of this out the window, so it doesn't actually matter because this game's awesome. Alright, let's see what we get here. Here we'll go. I wish we had a Romulus Buster card, because look at, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then kind of he has like 5 Buster buffs essentially, and 2 attack buffs. So if he had a Buster card, it would do a crap load of damage. But we'll just do the art and take what we get. I've never watched the Code Geass sequel movie, and I probably never will, because that series fundamentally did not need a sequel, and I've heard it's trash, so yeah, no thanks. Also, at least they had the courtesy of saying it was an alternate universe, and they actually said that before they released it. But 23 health, we might have this now. We would definitely have it if that one was dead. But so now we got to deal with 16k. I think we got this now. I think that was, all that little min-maxing I think is enough, because you got 2 more NPs in the back anyway. But that's actually a noticeable, that is a noticeable amount of increased damage. Because we got, again, the 5% from Qingong's Bond CE instead of the Ox King thing. And then we've got the buffs on Romulus and stuff. And that is a noticeable amount of extra damage. Alright, now we just have to wait for somebody to die. Now, there is absolutely a degree of, like, good and bad writing that is subjective, right? There's loads of things that are just straight subjective. And basically everything's subjective, but there's definitely things that, like, 95 or 99% of people are going to agree on. Like, especially, like, when it comes to, like, just pulling shit out of your ass and, you know, that kind of thing. Now, their tolerance for that will vary, but most people will agree that's bad. But again, like, when you have something like Code Geass where the fan service is, like, completely at odds with what the show is about, it's really easy to see why that's a fair criticism. Even if you're like, well, you know, I don't mind anime tits, and I like the serious stuff too, so hey, this, you know, I don't mind this, right? But you can still easily see why that criticism is valid and why it's gonna make a lot of people not like it, right? And that goes for a lot of things, you know, like bad plot armor and you know, bad foreshadowing or inconsistent character writing. That's a big one, I'd say. A lot of people don't notice it because a lot of people don't pay attention, but... Okay, that didn't do quite as well as I would have liked, but it's totally fine. I mean, Spartacus will do plenty. You know, chat, is this stage worth keeping? This is pretty unique, if you don't remove the gimmick. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna keep this stage, because, you can mess around with this a bit, and, like, compare Buster into other stuff, and, you know, it's obviously gonna be really easy if you use stronger buffers and stuff, but yeah, this is kind of fun. I think we'll keep this stage, unless we have to beat it. Sure, taking a minute to get Spartacus in here. Now, there's a chance that Spartacus won't do 7k, but actually, he'll have, like, the full deck, I think. Actually, no, he dies. I was hoping we'd get another NP, because that would kill, like, everyone at once. Because Spartacus having his cards will make it, like, super sure that he does the 7k here. Oh, he got the cards anyway. Yeah, I'll be ready to zeet the app, because, So this one's dead for sure. Oh no, we need super win. No, wait, no, the stun doesn't work. I keep forgetting that the stun doesn't work. My god, though, Gundam Wing's plot armor is next level. It is so much worse than Code Geass and a lot of other stuff out there. Like, people bring up Gundam Seed a lot for, like, an extreme example of plot armor, but oh my god, Gundam Wing is so much worse. It is so inconsistent with, like, how tanky things are, and oh boy, it gets very silly. Alright boys, I think I'm gonna wrap up there. Maybe if I can take a nap, I might do a bonus stream later, but I am really tired and it's hard to string sentences together, so I should probably stop there. This has actually been pretty fun though, and there's the good stuff is still to come. The stages actually get way better, so yeah, we got FGO back on the menu for a bit here, so that's quite nice. But some of these stages are pretty easy to mess around with. Yeah, the mood thing is pretty bad in Seed, but like they consistently do shit like that in Gundam Wing, like all of the time. They are just constantly doing batshit nonsense. Yeah, probably no Elden Ring today because I'm so tired. But it's not like I'm giving up on Elden Ring. I actually really wanted to play it today, but I am just so tired. If I tried to PvP right now, it'd probably be a really bad time. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there, boys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate everybody. What's your opinion on ReZero? The crazy guy that looks like Castor Gilius was awesome. I don't even remember it that well. Oh my god, hold on. Oh boy, here's an example of bad writing. I remember this now. I don't even like ReZero this much, but this bad writing was just so noticeable to me. Because like a big thing with ReZero is I don't like someone's telling me good night. No. We're not done yet here. Back it up for a second. Anyway, go to bed, Grandpa. Anyway. So I don't really like the main cast of ReZero very much, so I don't really have a dog in the fight for this, but it's just bad writing. So I'm gonna forget everyone's names. I have no idea what the main two characters' names are in ReZero. But I remember this very clearly. So you've got whatever the main character's name is. I'm gonna call him Bob for now. So you got Bob. Now I buy that Bob would have like you know, surface level attraction to whatever the main heroine's name was. But he knows nothing about her. But like a lot of people that age will see someone's pretty and, you know, think they're in love, and that's fine, right? And sometimes that could lead to them knowing them better than, you know, falling in love, and that's fine. But he barely knows her, right? Like, barely knows her, barely spends any time with her, barely has any, like, conversations with her, right? That kind of thing. And then they have their big falling out, right? And for some reason, he is still, like, super loyal to her and still acts like he's got this deep connection to her when she doesn't even fucking know her. No one would do that, right? Regardless of if you like her character or not. His character motivations make no fucking sense from that point on, because I don't remember the maid's name, but right, then he's got like all this character interaction with the maid. No teenage guy is going to, like, you know, still be loyal to what's-her-face in that that is so unbelievable, right? It is so obvious. The writer just decided before writing anything that the main character was just going to end up with the Emilia or whatever, right? They just decided that he was going to end up with her, and that was like fate, right? And he just forces it, and it makes no sense. It literally makes no sense, right? Because he has every reason to be like, okay, well, fuck her, especially when he's got the maid there, right? So he's got no reason to be like desperate for like attention or anything, right? It's just terrible writing. It's horrible writing. There's no world anyone would behave that way in that context, especially a fucking teenager, right? Because now, here's the thing. You could have done what they did if they just wrote it better, right? Like, you actually have her interact with Amelia or whatever more, and have like deep, you know, reasons to give a shit, right? I actually have like psychological reasons why he would be really loyal to her, right? But they don't. There's literally no reason for him to be loyal to her. There's a million reasons for him not to be. And he's a teenage dude, for God's sake. It's terrible writing. Oh my God, that's just terrible writing. But yeah, I didn't care about any of the main cast, so it's not like I cared. It was just obviously trash writing. What I liked was what was his name? Lionheart or something? Reinhardt, yeah, he was good. The crazy eyes dude was good. And there was like this side character with like green hair. Oh, and the grandpa. The grandpa that fights the whale. Oh, actually, the whale's my favorite character. I'm not even kidding. The whale is absolutely my favorite character because they just built it up as like a kind of a monster of the week thing, right? There was a little bit of foreshadowing to it, like it was going to be more important, but then they kind of make you think it's just going to be a monster of the week thing, and it kind of was, but it just puts up a way better fight than you expect it to. I was like, oh, it's the whale's gonna die here, okay, but nope, it's still going, right? It just made a really good antagonist because they kind of built up to it being a big deal, and then they kind of make you think it's not going to be a big deal, but no, it's a big deal, right? So yeah, no shit, the whale was awesome. Whale is the best character. Yeah, the whale and the grandpa guy that's got beef with it, actually the best part of the series. Not even kidding. I would like the series way more if that's what it was about. If the main character was Grandpa and about, you know, the whale stuff, and it was like a retelling of like Ahab, you know, and Moby Dick, right? I'm game with that, right? Give me that anime, and I'm good, right? That's the good shit. But yeah, the rest of it's kind of generic, whatever the fuck. But yeah, I just thought it was so bad that they had all this like groundwork for him to like the maid, and then he's like, no, fuck you. And then he's still loyal to this bitch that he doesn't even know, that he's known for like 5 minutes, right? It's just terrible. Like, oh my God, such bad writing. Anyway, I'm out of here, boys. Granddad going to bed now. Let's see if we can raid somebody. We'll try to do FGO and Elden Ring tomorrow. Let's see, who we gonna raid? Not a lot of people playing FGO right now. Who we got? Too bad Mythic is not. Wow, there are 5 people streaming FGO right now. Alright, chat, we are raiding Cairo. Go, bug Cairo. Get your channel points. Whatever the fuck. There you go, boys. Yeah. Whew, boy, that's scary, dude. Anyway, I'm out of here, boys. I will see you guys tomorrow, and maybe tonight if I miraculously feel better, but I'm pretty pooped, so probably not. Anyway, take care.